Hopefully my game's safe. I hate to have to redo any of that. I can crash in a few days, man. We're not beginning the crash saga again, dude. We'll stick to my music. Yeah, we back for now. That got me a little flustered, to say the least. It's like always like right when I pass over something. Well, in the past, it's like just when it sits there. Too. Like this time, it was like right when I clicked the video, it crashed my computer. I don't know. Bothers me, to say the least. Huh. We'll see if eventually it stabilizes. I don't know. I mean, I've left it on all night. It's fine. It's generally fine during the day. I turned off hardware acceleration on Chrome to help it. Although it's like it was fine for the last few months. Maybe some Windows update. Knock some shit loose, you know. Or it's an audio related problem. What were we listening to a while ago? Alright, let's do some. Like I said, I feel like we've seen all the like clever stuff in this for now. I mean, maybe there's something else. Just be like just doing the puzzles, which is fun. I mean, we'll see. But I mean, I'm also maybe. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. Like I said, I'm enjoying just chilling, just tunes and shit. I mean, I'm barely looking at the puzzles. I'm usually talking or talking about music or hanging. Alright, how do I do this one? I mean, these have to be on the same pivot points. This wouldn't work though. Probably gotta be some symmetry thing, because these are. But, my computer's crashing again. Which, I mean, who knows? I used to never do it during stream. But I also wouldn't open up YouTube in my stream. Sometimes the game will hang and shit, but I think it's just my shitty SSD. Not that. This doesn't flip correct. Oh, my camera's fucked. That shitty camera. It'll just freeze up sometimes, man. I wonder if it's like a power thing, USB thing. There's a little link to this extension cable I have this fucking camera put into. I mean, that's voodoo at that point. Should unplug my other mouse. I'm not using it. I'm just using this shitty little one for everything. It's maybe not like the best for some computers and stuff. I mean, I don't know. Gets the job done. The right click isn't broken, and I don't gotta buy a new one, man. As long as it's still accurate. Within like fucking 90% what the other one was or something, and it doesn't feel like it's like really off or anything. I mean, yeah, it's a totally different sensitivity, but I should unplug this one. That one's up. I don't need like 50 of these plugged in. I'm sure that's not helping anything. What's up with this? Like these have to be like connected by a square. This has to happen, I feel like. What do I do with these? Is there like a mechanic I don't get? Can't really connect these in a square. Like I could create something larger. Like this would connect these two, but it wouldn't connect this one. Oh, like I guess that makes sense. I don't know what I was thinking. This one's on its own and these two just flip. I mean, I guess I wasn't thinking much. I was barely even looking at it, but this isn't the first time I've been over here. I really like this movie. I've mentioned it before. It's been a really long time since I've seen it. It was like a 40-50 minute anime movie. Got a very nice, it's not like a happy movie. Even a gift. Hmm? Well, who is that? Is Fat you, Bruce? I forget what your Steam name is, man. Hey, man, thank you, dude. Let me take a peek at this. I'm looking at. I see the word kinky in here, man. What the? Interesting. Whip your way through nostalgia-fueled kinky demon slaying. From hidden desert temples to floating ruins. Why does it say kinky? And it doesn't look like a kinky game at all. Hey, cool, awesome. Yeah, cool little Castlevania. This would be a cool one to follow up like a CV with. I think got Game Boy nostalgia in here. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, dude. Let me add it to the gift. Yeah. Oh, looks like they'd updated this with more levels and stuff. Yeah. Cool, man. It seems like people like it too. What else has this person done? Oh, they did games for a while. Jet Gunner. A lot of retro stuff. Alien Splatter. Fist Slash. Ultimate Fury. Although they haven't done anything since. Oh, yeah? Yeah, cool. Dude, I appreciate you. It's always good to find some hidden gems, man. Hey, let me know what you think, dude. It'll be a get through some more gifted stuff too. I'm just worried my damn computer's crashing. Suck. Oh, let's try to be chill here. Enjoy. There we go. One more in this area, man. Can really extend this one. Damn, that sucks, man. Computer crash like that put me in bad mood, man. Computer's the old lifeblood, man. It's just you always worry like crashes like that are like a sign of more to come. But then, like, man, I've had long stretches where nothing like that ever happens. Could just be a normal thing. I mean, not normal, but normal for this rigs. Anyways, I'm trying to think about it. Let's try to puzzle. Chill to some tunage. That's gonna work. There we go. We've done them all, and what does it mean? Don't know. Another question is, there's something through here. Or does it just lead to like an end? Well, we should probably finish the last world. One puzzle. The off chance it just ends and I can't continue, I'd at least like to have gone in with all the worlds completed. I don't end up doing the supers area. I mean, I plan on doing it, but I kind of want to see what's in there. There is some kind of hinted some greater meta puzzle or something, and if it just ended. I think we've already come back around on this. Yeah, thank you again, man. And thanks for the subs earlier too, buddy. Oh yeah. My computer crashed, bro. Hate that shit. Crashing. Okay. I haven't even really looked at it. chair, brother. Some fucking WD. I'm about to take a nap in this chair. Cameraless again here. What kind of hanging? Like so. Here and there. I do go through the rest of these puzzles. After these main ones, it's like do some of it off stream just to kind of you want to take like a nap or a coast or watch something on the side. Since a lot of these have gotten a little bit more samey, it's like a little less interested in just kind of focusing on them constantly. I mean, that's why I've got the tunes and chit chat and stuff. In puzzle games, I can just do that forever, but this one, I think it hits its stride in the first like 7-8 hours, and then it kind of slows down. I mean, I'm taking my sweet fucking time with it, but definitely turns into a more like core kind of puzzle mechanic focused game, which is fun. That's cool. I mean, it's a solid thing. Why am I getting 422 FPS? I don't want that much FPS, brother. My computer's gonna be fucking cooking. Jeez. I don't need infinite FPS in a game like this, brother. 144 is still way too much. At least at 400 is like, what, just pointless. Totally spacing. I'm enjoying the music more than anything. So this one, it's like, I don't know which of these they want me to pick. There's a lot of different tones of color. These have like a gradient. Somebody said something about reflective. These are not even like if these look the same, but they're reflecting on two different things. Like, what does that even mean? Assuming these are mirrored. Assuming my, like I said, my red levels on my monitor. Right? This one kind of, this is one I kind of. If I could just skip one, I would. I don't really want to look it up. I don't really like it. Ooh. In between. Oh yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm almost thinking about jumping off and just kind of coasting, watching a VOD or getting an extra nap or something. I need to stay up. really, so that I've got a work schedule. Because right now would be the worst time to go to bed, but I'm just kind of like feeling like I want to zen out. Maybe I'll work on this puzzles as I'm doing it. We'll see. I feel you. Yeah, man. Enjoy, bro. Yeah, back in the saddle. It's one of the last ones outside the super cavern. Like I said, that's like another 30, 40, 50 puzzles. I don't even know. I don't know if I want to do that. But I really feel like I've kind of gotten the whole deal here. like the mechanics are fun, but I'm like, do I just want to do like another like 50 or something? I'm like, I don't know. These ones where it's like a little bit more cute, a little bit more novel. It's like, yeah, I'd do more of these. I mean, I don't like this particular one, but like, do I really want to like go harder on those? I've got another shortcut one I would mind doing. I mean, I guess it also depends on like like an ending. I don't know the full deal on it. I at least want to finish each world. And I mean, I've done almost all the side stuff in each place, too. We'll see. I don't know. I enjoy it, but I feel like I could just be done. Like, yep. Fine, but I don't know. I feel like there's more there. Maybe if I do that stuff, that could be cool. And there's definitely some kind of meta going on. There's like hidden symbols and stuff. But that hasn't come into play yet. Like maybe there's something cute. Maybe I have to like finish everything, who knows? Which would be a little less fun than just being able to do it on the fly if it was all like end loaded. Yeah, that's kind of how this one's felt a bit. Like I could probably just chip away a few puzzles a day or something. I think if I do them all, I will do that. I might do Startup Shadows Overloading at some point. We'll see them. Do they just consider like these bright ones? They're like reflective or something? My thing is I'm worried my monitor is gonna look like shit. I actually have a picture of this. Because Goda sent me what he saw on my phone. I'm gonna compare them to see how clear they are. It's about the same. Like you can see that I'm looking at it. Pretty much the same. These black ones. These reflective. I don't know if I'm just supposed to pick the ones that seem like they have gradients. Meaning they're like reflective or something. It's not too different from what I'm looking at. These are just more brownish than red. Or maybe it's like you only pick brown, which wouldn't really make sense. But only the browns that aren't reflective. You think it'd be like the other ones where it's just bright colors? And on the back side, I don't know if it's assumed that the bright colors go to like red. That'd be the next step down. And you skip this one because it's like reflective. None of these. Are these supposed to be like tricks? Because they have like a reflection of these that look fucked. Like this, like if this is reflecting off of this, and it showed it as just like hard red, then like wouldn't it? But this is not hard red. It's like this color. And then like these two being different. It's like, is that supposed to be a reflection? What is it reflecting off? The wall? Is it supposed to be blue? To me, this is like a solid gray. Does it look different on my phone? Booty butt puzzler, yeah. Like ones like this kind of like if these are the only clever ones I got left, it's like I want to even do the crazy other ones. It's like I wouldn't have like a negative opinion. I might not like it if I stopped after just doing this one, but I don't know. I kind of want to see what's going on, and yeah, maybe I'll just split it. Or do most of it off stream and then turn it back on when we've done most of them. This one I like to just get done now. I don't know, you can just make up so many ideas here. I'm like, okay, the pink ones look red on the backside. That's what I'm going for here. But you skip the ones that look reflective. Or do you? If they were reflective, wouldn't you like make sure to keep these? Because technically that means they are pink. But then why does this one look wrong? Like, is the idea that it's reflective supposed to mean it's not that color? Because it's no color at all? Or does it take the property of it if it's reflective? I'm just like, who knows? Or because this is reflecting off of this and this is like a hard red. That's coming from this side where this is reflecting off of. And this should just be the sun hitting it dead on, right? What does it even reflect? Ooh. Go to. Oh yeah, is that bad? My thing is this could be like the last puzzle I'll do. I don't know. Like I just want to like solve it, but I'm like, I also don't really care. There's just so many options. You've been close multiple times. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's related to this one. But I don't know if this is something I'm supposed to have on. I feel like the red on the back side makes sense. But the problem is the rest of it. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. one kind of builds off the other ones. The idea in these ones is that these are shadows, so the color looks different. So like this one, you're supposed to pick with the bright areas. The bright colors, but the bright colors look different when they have shadow on them. You have to kind of like interpret which ones are bright and stuff like that. And like this probably goes for something like that too, but it's all one color and there's like gradients. So it's weird. But I think the gradients are supposed to be like reflective or something. I mean, I don't know, I might have some wrong assumptions. Like maybe the idea is like this is only lit up, like this is lit. It's actually really dark is the idea. Maybe that's it. Like maybe it's like these are dark, they're like reflecting light, I guess. Is the idea. But is this a fucking reflection? I don't even know. These are reflecting light, but like such a weird angle. So that means this is dark because it's being lit up. And I mean, if this is being lit up, then this was like black. But what is something on this side doing? It's not reflecting shit because the light's coming in from this way. Never mind, I have no idea. It's all good. Yeah, it's a wacky one. I'm sure this is like considered one of the shittiest ones. Like, what does this reflect? This reflecting light off of it onto this. And then this would be like black. Well, what is this? Just because this is dark, it's not gonna reflect fucking darkness, brother. Like, I'm gonna make this darker. This is in the light. Like, it might make it look more like. Also, I can't tell if this is like if this was reflecting light onto something else, I feel like there should be like light over here to like let you know, it's like kind of blasting off. I mean, I guess maybe the light's supposed to not actually be hitting this wall at all. Wouldn't it be these are getting darkened? Is the shadow then the light's coming? But wouldn't they just not change then? Yeah. Yeah, this one's kind of probably a weird one to watch because I mean you kind of have to like learn mechanics and stuff. These ones you can kind of like intuit, but these are kind of few and far between, and we did most of them early. Most of the game's runtime is like raw mechanical learning. And those are kind of hard to jump into, so we're just shooting the shit. That's kind of what I've been focused on. Whew. I don't know. I think this one's trying to be too cute. For its own britches. It's kind of just like, it's kind of an eye roller. just looking at this picture of what I'm looking at here on my phone to see if the color levels are different in any meaningful way. Yeah, I don't know. And all the other ones, it's about what they originally were, and not really what they are at that moment. And it's like, if this is reflective, then it really doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it just is nothing. Like, surely, like, something reflective wouldn't count. But it's how something reflective could, like, act on something else. I mean, that's all making assumptions. They might just not care, and just all of a sudden, something can take on the property of another, and it's just fair game. But I think I've tried both of those, and it doesn't even do anything. Because, I mean, if this took on the property of something pure red, and then it was darkened, I mean, this would be one of them, but it's like, I've already tried that a million times. Just naturally. But why are these different, right? Like, this is reflective, this is reflective. They're in the same fucking thing, and these look different. Is the light reflecting, like, off of fucking, like, is this supposed to show they're true, what they are? Like, it's just this thing, this right here, yeah. Some of the other puzzles might have to do with, like, the environment around you, but this is just focused on just right here. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if I'm close, I mean, I'd rather get it. Like, hey, I got it. And then just maybe be done, but we'll see. I mean, does it deserve to be, like, no hinted? Probably not. But I'm just like, Jesus. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. That computer crash, I got a little bit less patience. A little bit more annoyed about things in general. So this puzzle's just like, eh. It's always been the kind of the shittier one. Yeah. The idea is you're supposed to, like, intuit which ones have to be inputted into this. Like if it was just everything that showed pure red, that would be fine. And then just that this one's like fake or something. The problem is there's shadows being cast on this. So this is not red. It's like pink. Like over here, it's like these two are right. They look different because it's a shadow. Like these are technically both bright colors if they were, this was stretched out. Where these are super dark compared to these. So these don't work. So it's like, that's kind of something. But then, I mean, you get into some wacky shit like this where it's like all these edge ones are the same, but because them being in different kinds of light makes it look different, and then like the insides are super dark, and like this one's fucking simple enough. It's just full blocks. This one's literally just the colors and then the colors. Like the thing is, like some of these are like goofy levels easy. This one's just interpreting them the same way with the light. But like you assume these are like similar, but then like there's these fucking weird gradient reflective things. I don't know if they're supposed to be light, like bouncing off of shit to like make you ignore some of these shadows. But I mean, if that was the case, then no gradient on this side would matter. And why wouldn't this correct? They're just fucked? Really? They're just gradients? Where'd the reflective thing come from? Was it just because they just look like that? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense, but that's like the thing is like maybe I just don't understand something. Another thing is like, am I just picking the wrong colors? Like, does this one just want like pure darkness? But I mean, there's not many pure black ones. I mean, this is the same color as this one, but it's super different from this one. A nightmare. Oh, that's right, yeah, man. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, was like go for all the solid reds. But which ones are solid red? It's like most likely these dark ones are solid red. But I'm pretty sure I've tried that. Yeah, but the idea is there's shadow on this side. Anything that looks pure red isn't pure red. If you were to like flatten this, so like that's supposed to be the gimmick, but it's fucked. But yeah, the flower like these ones. Like you can pick those out. I mean, technically those would probably be like the brightest thing on here. But but it's like, this is red, but this is in shadow. Even though it looked way brighter. Like, these look like actually darkened a bit. These look like fucking like they have their own light source coming from this side. The lights on the walls don't make sense. No, these don't represent light. And then the fucking windows have like light coming in here. I don't, like, there's literally light coming in here and it doesn't affect the damn thing. This light doesn't even reach all the way. It's just an odd one, man. I mean, these lights just shoot up and it's like, so this shouldn't even be dark because there's light bound. Yeah, I was reading some reviews just for shits. I would just see people mention this general zone and I'm like, it's probably this fucking part. It's like goofy. This is the area you have to make the most stretches, and I do like it for that. You have to really intuit meaning in a lot of these, but it's also the biggest recipe for fucking disaster. Because sometimes it feels like, you know, you're mind reading more than like intuiting patterns. Usually it's fine, but like this one I've been doing is like, alright, man. Like, is this gonna have an aha moment, like a satisfying, like, eureka moment? Like, probably not. But I don't know. Maybe that's kind of why I want to keep cranking it, but. Problem is there's too many options. Like, why is this one so different from this one? Like, this looks different from this, which 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 looks different from this. Like, to me, there's like 7 tones already. And then there's this one that's different. I was like, I'm already looking at fucking 8 different looking tones. Over here, it's like 3. I mean, per color, like 3. Like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's like. Six puzzles, 6 columns, 4 column. This puzzle, 2 up top, blue. Four columns, puzzle, 2 up top, blue. This blue one. Yeah, I mean, the blue looks like it's almost reflecting off the wall, huh? Oh, the puzzle I already solved. Like these are reflecting off of this, maybe? Like they're related to each other? It's possible they're linked. They've done that and some other stuff. I'm not sure though. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, I've been freaking on this thing for hours before this. No, it's not dumb. I think that'd be cute. Because there are puzzles that like combine other things together. I don't see it on this, but like, definitely keep in mind, because I mean, I'm willing to keep any idea in mind at this rate. I sort of get it now after staring at the solution. Is it one of those that only makes like really sense with like foresight, or like not foresight, but hindsight? It's like I made this and it seems really clever, but then if you imagine yourself as someone who isn't doesn't have the answer, wasn't the creator, it doesn't fucking make sense. Tricky, yeah. Like none of the puzzles in this have felt like unfair, like bullshit. Granted, most of them are playing with rigid rules. Some of them will just be like not super fun, or you know, maybe a little too long-winded, or some mechanics are a bit take a lot more time and complexity than like some other ones, and that affects pacing and shit. But I've never felt like any of them were like bullshit. I've liked the game pretty well overall, but this one I'm like, is this the one that is? I mean, there's definitely some that's alright for now. Once people know the answers, I'll keep it blind for now. Like I said, this might be the last one I do. Then again, I kind of want to do the other puzzles, but this is like my finale. Assuming there's not any more past the gate, then we'll kind of want to figure it out. Is it worth figuring out? Probably not, but I don't know. Call it that stubbornness. Excuse me. Is this supposed to be a different color than this? So in the one dark spot, this is the dark spot for this one color. Is that like the whole thing? These are like almost the same. I mean, they look different here, but it's like, and it's like a gradient. It looks red. That was my reasoning. I don't even know if that was the right reasoning. Light coming from the left. Well, I mean, the light coming from the left is why this red is actually a pink, but it's darker, so it looks red, but it's pink. But it's like, what is this? Well, this ain't red. So despite it being dark, I mean, is it because it's in the middle, so it's like double dark? that like the idea? There's like two, but what about this? This ain't fucking double dark. I mean, shit, this has 100 light sources. What's going on here? This is, there's 2 light sources on both sides, but it's only dark on one. This is dark on the right, despite light being right here. Like, that's my thing, is like, I don't think these lights actually are real. The idea is, I think it's like one continuous light source, but it's just fucking odd, man. Yeah, those lights don't matter. Like, it's just light coming from left. Like, this is lit up, and then the insides are not. But it's like, which is fine. But it's like, the pink darkens to red. So pink, 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 or pink, pink, yeah, red, pink, red. But then it's like, what's this? Is it this color? The one that's like kind of red, but it's actually like bluish red. Does it darken to a giga dark color despite being almost brighter than this pink? Why would there just be one? I don't know if that's what they're going for though. Yeah, it's weird, man. I mean, I guess it's cool we got it. Can't say, well, like I said, I didn't think I'd be very satisfied. Yeah, I mean, what's your guys' take on it? What do you? What's the explanation there? If anybody makes sense of this one, I'm sure there's some reasoning. Yeah, like, right, yeah. The problem is indicating which ones are all light shade. To me, there's just not many that aren't red. I guess like this is supposed to be not red, and this, but like, yeah, it's really close. That close. I mean, I done this part right here on the bottom like 1,000 times yesterday. It was literally just this up here. That was the big difference. I assume it's supposed to just be that this, when darkened, looked like this. because there's 2 black ones? Yeah, it just doesn't. This has like a fucking red gradient in it, man. This is like solid, like gray-ish, and this is like half red, half blue. Yeah, it's just kind of like, like, I mean, I get it, but I mean, that's the thing, is like, I got it like 10 years ago. It just doesn't look that way. It's just like, goofy, man. It's odd. But hey, man, we're done. Oh, man. Yeah, there's like one more side puzzle over here. To unlock shortcut. Maybe it has some value. Already done this. And then there's the super area. What's all this, man? Shit. What am I looking at, brother? We just put these in wherever. Could be cute. It's gonna unlock more puzzles, man. So maybe we should do this first, but and then I'll probably unlock this. It's cool though. Alright, what's all this though? Oh, this is a cool idea though. Mix it up a bit. I care maybe a bit more about doing the other side. How does it have to work for like all 3? At once? Oh, it does, man. Okay, that's interesting. There should just be like a logic to it. Like if one's not possible, then do it somewhere else kind of thing. just reset it. Like this is one with very little options. Granted, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. But like, you might just not use this middle bit. So diamonds, they have to connect to one other diamond. There's more rules than that, but in this situation, that's all that matters. But I need to make one setup that works for all trees. Still got this one to fix. These connect. Oh yeah. This shit's gonna be a pain, man. Feel it. Feel it in my soul. And we have to do it on something much harder. I almost prefer if I could just see all three at once, man. Cute mechanic, but hope they don't push this one too far. It's fine and just like for each puzzle type in this place, but that's a no-no. That's a no-no. I mean, these are all kind of no-nos. And if these are no-nos, then these are no-nos. Pretty much everything on the right side is like off limits. Could help a bit. this one's still connected. And this is connected. How many fucking connections, man? This stupid shit. God, this been ass. Just like, you're not gonna keep all of these in your mind. It's fun when you're like logicking. It's like, okay, you know, nothing can be placed here because this is never gonna work with one here. Which means nothing can be placed in these. They're singles. And then you switch to these, okay, like these are impossible. Then that means, like, you know, we can't do some of these. Like, that's fine. But that stops pretty quick. This whole side's just like open game. I mean, I could be wrong on some of this, but should make sense. Like, if I can't do any of these, then even though this would work here, it doesn't work here. Like, it doesn't really matter, and then I just kind of keep jumping. I mean, this one doesn't have many options. Not that this would work. There's just like only a couple connections you can even make. There's not a whole lot of bonus options. Like, they have to kind of fit within that. Now they don't gotta fit like extra tight. This doesn't have many options at all. One, two, four. gonna take a break. I'm at these tomorrow, then see about the underground. This one's kind of like tedious. I mean, it's neat. I'm gonna do these in every area. But, like, checking all three of these for like perfect. Like, I don't even know if it's clever as much as it's just like checking stuff, finding the right combo. It's like, I mean, you know what you have to do. Just like getting to it. It's like, yeah, maybe you can eliminate some options, but nothing crazy. I mean, this worked in all of them. Maybe we'll start with that. Inspect every one of these. Okay, this one could be cute. So now these are done. This is done. I think the temp marking should really not look too shitty. It should just be like kind of a solid, but like special colored line. Like what even am I, like which one of these is even fucking marked? Like just like a flat, semi-transparent color. There's like magic brush look. Like it's more distracting than anything. Like, is this marked? Oh, it was marked. I can only do one of these two. Which one? Does it really matter? Good. It's like, okay, well, so what do we put in now? I don't know how many options eliminated. Which one has the least amount of options here? More like probably this one down here. This has to happen. These are like locked in, I think. So I should probably start with these, man. Because there's 5 pairs, right? Oh, wait. Oh, no, 4 pairs. 1, 2. So this one has like an extra. I was really hoping there'd be like 1 that was locked in so we could start working. But I mean, you could put those here or you can put them here. Is there any reason I can't put them over here? I mean, it's unlikely because of this. I pick one of them. It seems more likely this would work since it kind of fit so many different things. And now this would be off limit. The only other option would be this one. Then you can create this. I mean, if I made that off limits, then I'd have to do this. Does this work? No, it's already fucked. I mean, it's probably this instead of that. Yeah, like 3 choices at the bottom here. Yeah, you have to put this in. Means these would be turned off. I've already got 1 down here. No, wait. There's 2. This whole thing would be turned off. There's no way. Maybe. This is fucked. Because of this one right here, man. I gotta redo the whole fucking thing. I can't shift it, man. I mean, I get what to do. It's just getting it right. You just have to make sure every one of the you're in a they're in a position where wherever the yellows are, every single line meets up. ASCII. find which ones are you so sure of. Oof, man, I need to take a break, I think. You think that? So this is all off limits now. This is off limits. It's off limits. These are off limit. Make this off limit. Make this off limit. These off limit. Or they should. Logically should. Alright. Let's work with it from here. So this one, there's 3 more pairs I have to put in. 1, 2, 3. There's literally, I have to do this at some point to make this work. Now where does that logically follow? So that makes this done. So this is over. Have to put a pair here. Assuming my logic is right on these. Now there's 2 pairs here. These are done. Whoa. The world just whooshed. No? Looks like you're right. Logic it from there. Do I keep going or do I take a break? I don't know. I don't know if this is the end. This game has like tiers of endings. To try to logic some of this. So the 2 has to go in there at some point. so this is fine. So this is just addition. I mean, so the idea is that this has to add up to 4. You need like 4's worth of dots. This is a fucking latent puzzle, man. Eliminating options. The space doesn't matter as much, but it does kind of like tell us that, like, you know, I'm not gonna be able to put like 20 things in there. But I just wanted to remove the space anyways. Like this one's done. This is done. And I like to start with low shit. It's like you could put 6 at the bottom. That would fill out these, but it's no guarantee. Because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're missing the 3 somewhere in here. And you could put 3 there. Problem with this setup is like, you don't know for sure. I might have to like adjust. Like this is 4. I can't make 4 with what I got, so this would have to be 4. That's okay. 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't make 5 with any of this, so like it's gotta be in here somewhere. I need to add the 1 to this to create. That ain't gonna work. This one's gonna be super challenging. I don't know if there's enough logic jumps. I think one of your few guarantees. But even then it's not a guarantee. Because like I don't even know if I need to fill this. I'm just assuming I do. It's like to fill this and this, you have to put it in the corner. Right? And like I said, this one, it's like, well, I can't create 3 without, if I already used the 2 without just putting the 3 in here. So it's like, assuming this has to just be filled. I think I have to put the 3 in here somewhere, but I was like, where? There's 2 different places. It's like, can't logic a fucking thing, man. I'm just testing addition. Well, if the 3 has to be up there, that means this has to have the 4 in it somewhere. So maybe we can figure out the location. But it's like, oh well, the 4 could be here. Or it could be safely in one of these spots. But it's like, okay, does it need to be in this? Golly gee, I don't know. There's the 5 then. Put the 5 in there and the 4, and this would equal that. And then you got the 5 in here, and you would need a 3, which you don't have. That doesn't work. he kind of, I feel like, did bullshit around. Five has to be put in here somewhere. It can't be here. So it's either in here. Doesn't work because there's no 3, or it's at the bottom. But then there's no 2. So it's like, it's just, there's something wrong with this. This is playing the fucking. There's no 3. I don't think the 5 fit here. 1, 2, 3, 4. They need like a 2. Every spot has to be filled there. No, that ain't gonna work on the end. But I don't think there's any spare space. I think this is the full board every time. So I can't just like magically just fill, like, you know, skip 1 or 2. That's why I just threw them all on there. Like, I mean, technically you can logic this, but you gotta, like, test stuff, and then test it, like, these stuff. Presumptions are, you gotta, like, test it. There's not many, like, of these where you just have to have this, no matter. Yeah, it's just kind of like, okay. Like, it's cute. It's cute. Like, just one's fine, but it's like... It's like, I don't see a world where I don't do this in some capacity. Right? Like, if everything has to be filled, then the only way I can make a 2 is by putting the 2 there. Which is the same with it. Right? So it's like... this feels like a hard, like, logical boom. Like, that's it. Now, something this long, it could be anything. I feel like this one we're not going to be able to use very well. It's like, where's the next step? Well, here's the 3, right? This is 3. I cannot create a 3 without putting a 3 down. I'm like, alright, you know. Put one here or there. This is off limits. Well, it's like, shit. Doesn't matter here. But what about here? It could be on either side. They're the same length, I suppose. But it's going to change something down the line, right? I'm like, oh, well, what do we do then? It's like, I don't know, there's no logic there. I just have to try shit. Until we find out it doesn't work. It's like, what? I mean, maybe there is something here that I can apply. Thing is, the only, like, I can't do this. Like, is there any addition I can't do here? The problem is with the 1, I can kind of hit almost any number. It's like I can make 4. I can make 5. I can't make 6, but I can use a 6. The 6 is like locked in. So is there a 6 one? Just pure 6? 2. And which one, right? 2 6s. Oh no, wait, I can't make a 6 because I got the 1 and the 5. I forgot the 1 was... So now I got 2 6s. But only 2 6s, so it's like, well... These both need a 6, so it's like probably the 1 and the 5 has to be in one of these. Then the 6 has to be in one of these. So I'm like, okay, well the 6 could be in here. 1, 2, 3, 6. And I was like, well, the 2 doesn't work there, so it's like I can't do these 2 with the 6. What can I do with the 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I was like, I do 5. Wait, I put the 3 up here at some point, so I can't do the 5. Like you can put a 1 here. And a 5 up here somewhere. Then like a, what is it? An 8? So this would like turn these off. Oh yeah. Well, probably when I reset, because this is fucked now. Like this is on 4 already, so I gotta use the other 4 over here. But like, no, he just promises this already fucked. Cause I need to use the 4 here. Some way. In this line. It doesn't matter where. They're all the same. It's like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, now I need 2. I got it 2. For the whole thing. But there's one assumption earlier that was wrong. Something like that. It's like, Jesus, man. There's so few hard logic moments, like the 2. That the 3 has to be up here. But we don't know where. That the 4 has to be in here. Because I need to use the 3 up here. And then after that, it's like a crapshoot. I say I think 8 and 1 have to go into that 9 block square, but maybe not now. This one. Whew, they might. Yeah, we'll see. I can't use the 3 and the 4. Because I need to save the 4 for this. So it's like, these are accounted for right now. Drugs. We did now. So these are accounted for on this side. So up here it's like, it needs to be a 5 or a 6. Or a 5 and a 1 and a 6. Like I could put the 8 there. That would clean this. That would clean this. And put the 1 up here. That would clean this. And the 5 would have to be there. Create that. But now this needs 4. That done. The 6 has to be used down here somewhere. I think we're on to something. I just need it down here at all. You kind of just have to, like, there's some logic, but you gotta think pretty far ahead. And there's a little bit of just tomfoolery in some of the early stuff, the middle stuff. A little bit of guessing. We don't even know if up at the top here, this is the end of it. So I might just save the rest for tomorrow, man. I might want to do the rest of the shit anyways. Let me take you guys to what's left. As far as overworld puzzles, I want to say this is the only one that I haven't done. The cave, though, different story. And then that room we were just in. And then if there's meta like this one, I have no idea. I mean, it feels like this, and it's like, I've tried brute forcing out. I mean, how these other ones work was it's just the opposite of the one it's paired with, generally. So like, you know, this one's got 2 here, so that means this spot's open despite it being destroyed, right? This one you can't see anything, but because you see these clearly, that means the opposite. These are double-sided. Just gonna see which ones are right already. And these start breaking. I think it was the right side fills in the left side of the other one. This one, then 2. And this one will just be the 2. And it's like, okay, like there's some kind of rule there, whatever, right? But like just this single one, I don't know. I also don't know if this has anything to do with on the right. That could be something totally separate. I also don't know if this is supposed to indicate a certain amount of like broken shit on it. I don't know if I'm looking for something somewhere. You'd think it's the one in the ocean, but I mean, what's the pattern, dude? I've tried every pattern here. Top 3. I mean, unless I just fucked it up. Top 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like a lot of it's broken, so like you probably start at the bottom or something. I just had to review these, and then I realized I was doing a little tomfoolery of my own. I just had to recheck these. I was like, oh, I have to put the missing ones in. That's why I fixed there. So, yeah, that should be the overworld. Maybe there's some missing I forgot about. I don't know if they this. But the problem is, more puzzle, me, sort of been puzzly. The problem is, you know, hey, if that was just the end, that'd be one thing, right? But like, there's a good day's worth of puzzles left in the no-no zone. I did these earlier. I come in here, I'm like, oh, there's like 5, 6 puzzles. And I'm like, oh, it's like some of these are probably like cute. They're probably not super hard. Like, just keep spacing out. It's like I've got to like, you know, make sure I do these right from the in and out. There's probably some cool stuff here, but it's like. I was like, oh, 100 bunch of these. Oh. Here's this. Oh. I thought we were done. This. This. Here's this. Alright. And some mega ones with this dude's head. I'm like, whoa. There's a lot of puzzles. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure not all of these are super crazy. But I'm like, do I want to do the rest? Tempting. It would just be kind of the last deal. Chill tomorrow and do it. Like, I liked it. Like I said, I think the novelty and kind of what it does that's unique. It disappeared a long time ago. Now it's just more of like another just puzzler, which is fun. But I mean, just a puzzle game with, you know, simple interface but deep mechanic. Like, I mean, there's quite a bit of that. There's nothing wrong with it. But I feel like the way we learned and like we understand like complex, maybe not even complex, but like varied puzzle mechanics interact with each other and how the discovery process and then how those can interact with the environment stuff. I feel like that's kind of like the spice of stuff like The Witness. Like, don't get me wrong, they have puzzles, like hard, like just legitimate puzzles, right? Witness is no slouch on that, but I feel like The Witness makes sure you're kind of like learning for maybe longer periods of time, interacting with worlds for longer periods of time. I think when you do like 100% in this, you kind of learn stuff for like the beginning of each zone. And some of them are very much just like 30-minute long, kind of self-contained little puzzle gimmick. And then you're just raw puzzle. Like once you understand the mechanics, it's just making it happen. Like I haven't learned a damn thing in like a couple days. It's one of those things that's still fun, it's still cool, I still like that, but it also is a little less novel at this point. I could just go play Void Stranger, yeah, probably that'd be pretty cool. So that kind of thing. But I do like the puzzle mechanic in this. Like, I mean, once you've learned them all, it's like, you know, then you're just playing a puzzler. It's like, they're fun. I enjoy doing these puzzles, but I'm like, how much do I enjoy them to do like another like solid like 40 plus puzzles? Like, I don't know. Yeah, think about it. I think I've done all the other puzzles I can find. Maybe there's some hidden. I solved this before I even did the zone. Through fucking, I don't know if it was guesswork or just I created an idea and it worked. And I don't know if it was what they wanted. Binary shit. Like, it's cool. Like I said, I think it's a good game. There is a bit of that wow factor and that pace of it all. Along that last, I'm sure some people prefer this over The Witness because it is more just raw puzzles. But in my opinion, raw puzzles are done. Not always good ones, but there's a lot less material that kind of like tests you on like environmental knowledge and learning. Hands-free, just player agency. It's not a slight, but it is something that was kind of probably the main fuel for me. I mean, like I just played a puzzle game. I'm gonna play a puzzle game soon. Yeah, there's plenty of mechanics and plenty of ideas. It's just like, yeah, it feels like maybe like for how many like there's some of these like the shape one. It's like. Maybe some of those could be like simplified or something, and then like they add a new puzzle mechanic and like split it in another area, like if it's gonna have like this many. I think that's kind of what I mean. I guess even just what you said, where it's like, okay, it's like, do I need the whole cave? I feel like I've like been tested on these puzzle mechanics to the limit. Like how much, like what is it really going to be that different down there? Now, when they introduce new little gimmicks to it like this, where I need to have them set up for 3 different puzzles, no, while I don't think this is that great, at least it's a different way of thinking about it, right? But that's kind of cool. Like, that's cute. The one down there at the bottom with the wood rings, like, hey, that's maybe a different way of thinking about it. Like, that's fine. It's the same mechanics, but they throw like a little twisty on it. But it's like, call me the tentacles. They're looking for you. This one might not be too bad. This one is. Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's like it's hard to really knock a game for having like extra puzzles and like a decent system, but you are going to be incentivized to want to get like any extra endings or anything, and it's like something you want to do that, but you also are like there's a certain pacing to that, right? It's like in Reavers, it's like, oh, I want to see all the cool stuff, but I'm like, Jesus, dude, I'm kind of tired of doing some of this shit. Like, well, I miss out on the stuff I kind of wanted to see because the pacing to get to is kind of shit, even if it's side stuff. And I don't think this is an extreme example of that, but it's like, yeah. Like, yeah, maybe there's like a few too many. There's one. I don't know if this 2 is going to be used. This worked here? Oh yeah, these are somehow this is that shape, even though it's connected to that. I thought it had to have this in it still. I guess not, it's just purely the shape. So I think this thing down here. Is it connected to the tip? Let's see what happens here. And then we'll make our decision. Die. Love that. Finish. It would destroy the galaxy. This feels like an ending. Here's a question. Is there multiple endings to this game? I feel like there's probably some big secret thing if I do all the puzzles. There's clearly still some kind of meta puzzles in the world. She's in the glass, brother. In the birdcage motif. Some symbolism. Where's she getting out, brother? Oh! Jesus Christ, man. Oh, I thought she died. This is John Witness. Yeah, you need the galaxy brain shit. Matthew Van Davanda. Chad. Oh, did some of the music too. Hey, Jonathan. Below. Oh, thank you, Tracker. Appreciate it. I pointed and saw the Jonathan Blow name. No symbolism, man. I like it straight to the fucking point. Blunt force, honest. Well, I don't know if I want to talk shop on this. I mean, I'll talk about anything people want to talk about, but like, should I do that bonus area? It feels like there's meta puzzles too, because I've seen them sliding around in the world, but they don't feel like puzzles. They just seem like pieces. I feel like there's maybe some. I don't know if I unlock it now or if I have to do the whole cave first. Maybe I was always able to fuck with it. I don't really know the point. This could be a castle anywhere. I can do like 50 different endings though. You're welcome. I guess I'm saving and quitting. Oh, I've been hit with the fucking bomb. The third type of gamer mode, yeah. Which one was the third type? I identify with the fourth type, the make fun of people type. Third type was the Oh yeah, the fellows who like solving puzzles in Zelda, dude, yeah. You'll like this game. No, nothing changed. So this is my thing. There's like clearly hidden stuff in the environment. And the shortcuts have never had any use. So. We find spots. But I'm just like, I don't know. I kind of want to see the full deal, right? But I'm also like, I feel like I'm kind of spent on the mechanic. Like, this looks like it, you know. This is a deal. This looks kind of like a deal. I'll show you some stuff that look, I mean, these look like a deal. There's some over there that looks like a deal. I'd have to really hang it up, but I mean, it could be some cool stuff, and it's like, I don't hate the puzzles, but like, I don't know, like another day's worth. Like, we'll see, man. I mean, maybe I'll do a little off stream and then finish it on stream. Depends on how I'm feeling. Thing is, like, we're gonna do Patrick's Fairy Box, dude, anyways, another puzzle. See, like, this is like clearly like a little puzzle-y thing. Now, I feel like if you do have to unlock the ability to fuck with these, that sucks ass cheeks. I'd rather be able to interact with it and just like find them in the environment as you go. I feel like discovering you can do it whenever is kind of like cool. Now what I'm worried about is like, instead of interacting with the world, it's like, I'm gonna have to like note all this down and put it in on some fucking goofy board somewhere. I don't know if you could grid this place out. You know what I'm saying? Like if I grab the warp, is there a grid? Who knows? I'm just assuming stuff because there's clearly something going on. Now, one of those flower beds did just give me the answer to a puzzle one time. So maybe it's just flavoring, maybe it's just answers. I don't see somebody being super inspired by the witness and not doing the thing, right? The moment or whatever. Especially when this one's been very directly. I just don't see any way to fuck with it. I've pressed every button on my fucking keyboard. Well, not every button, but realistic amount of buttons. And everything in the control menu. And the third type of game up. The puzzleman. That would be so funny. It reads like a fucking shitpost, man, but I think. What do you mean? Yeah, like these feel like a thing. Like, it's clearly in the environment, and it's not even, like, that hidden. I mean, if you play them in the witness, you're gonna notice it more, but, like, you know, some of these things are just, like, these look really fucking, you know, obvious. Like, there's literally, like, at one point, like, just fucking hard puzzle block in the fucking, some dude's face. I don't remember where it was, but I'm just like, oh, shit. Now, you have to stand in a weird spot. Yeah, I already forgot what it is. Like, it's not even, there's not even any interpretation wherever it was. It was like pretty. Yeah, like this right here. I'm like, yeah, really, man. I mean, this seems like a whole fucking puzzle. Or part of the puzzle. Maybe there's like a room where like there's quadrants related to these quadrants. My thing is like, why did I unlock all these shortcuts just to do bonus puzzles? There might be like a final tally. I mean, I could check the last hidden achievement. I mean, it's probably not going to say anything important. I probably shouldn't. Just that black was the one that I just did. I didn't check the other hidden achievement. I thought about it. I was like, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. It's one of those deals where it's like, there could be something cool here, but honestly, I feel like they've probably run the novelty out of it. So you just gotta get it for more puzzles, which is fair. But you know, I might be at the point where it's like time to fold it. I don't know. Like this looks like a weird deal, right? Like there's like a line, like it's kind of just like going through this in a very particular way, man. I mean, maybe something's with these crop, maybe not. So, I don't know. It could all make sense. There might be like a path through all the shortcuts that I'm trying to witness here. I tried using like the little brush thing or holding buttons, but it doesn't do anything. And I've used the environment to open up secret stuff like this. Maybe if you do these side things, something appears somewhere. I don't know. I've done them all before I went into the cave, so if those only appear when I do some of these, then I mean, I'd have no idea. These were cute. I think some of these don't work very well with the mechanic, but at least it like makes it up. Some of these are just like tedious, but then some of them are like piss easy, which is fine. I probably prefer the piss easy. If there's a black, is there a white? You probably have to. Oh, even if you just do the mouse over, it'll make no difference. I don't know. Thing is, if I looked up what happens after I do these bonus ones, then it'll kind of ruin the reward part. But damn, there's a lot of bonus puzzles, bro. They're pretty hidden. Like, you look at this one, you're just like, like some of these probably would. They wouldn't be that bad. Let's solve one in here just to see if some number popped up. Seems small enough. Look at this, I'm like, oy. I mean, like, there's some logic already here. Like, I have to do this, which means I have to pass through one blue. And this passes through black, but it has to hit one of these. But it's like, yikes, my bad. It's like, yeah, these would be easy. This would probably take like a few minutes. These probably aren't too bad. Like, the number ones usually aren't too wild. This one, like, well, you have to keep changing shit. Here, like, go. You don't even know what's coming after this, man. It's like, I don't even think I can do this one on the top right without changing something here. It's like I think all these need to like link up. I think you need to color all the bottom. It's like how do I like it's like if all these blues were connected, like you could probably just fucking make anything happen. I'm looking for like single connection point. Anyway, like some of this is just fucked from go, man. Like you make this fuck, then this is fucked. If you do this, then this is fucked. Like, gotta go back and like change things one at a time. Like it's cute, but I'm like because I mean you can't even see what's coming ahead. So like you always have to like waste your time solving it and then like going back and solving it. It's cute. I'm like, It's like it's close, but I'm just like, I feel like the idea is you get a lot of extra ammo and then it like lets you block all this shit. And you like make a connection through here or something. Problem is like, what's up with that? What's up with that? These dirt bugs. Wow. What happened? Can a single fucking thing happen after I solve one of these big things, man? Jesus. Yeah, can I get some children laughing and fucking confetti blasting out of my ass? Champagne exploding or something? Jesus. Like, is this just for its own sake? Is it forging something? I mean, don't get me wrong, they're fun for their own sake, but I'm also just like, all right, man. I've also done enough of them. With like a little some spice on the build towards would be alright, you know? Like, is anything happening, man? Are we going anywhere? You have the Grunt birthday party sound, I hope. Yeah, dude. There we go. That's all I want. You know, you finish it. Yeah, you're like, boom. That is one thing in the witness. It always felt like everything was kind of like working towards something, possibly. Unless it's like the hidden, goofy, extra procedural stuff, but. It's just a little obvious. Let's see, like. Yeah, I mean, I guess you see he's done. Hey. Thank you. I don't know. Will I fucking 100% this? I don't think we're gonna magically start seeing something I've never seen. Like, yeah. Very special kind of exploding. Don't know how that one passed through the filter, right? So you can have just straight asses. I mean, I guess I have one of those. That was kind of the point of the Wario ass. Kind of poke fun at everybody with just like sexy lady asses and shit. Just put Wario's huge, chunky, fucking rotund booty. Like, man, I look at some of these, I'm like, yoy, fuck, yoy, yoy, yoy. Like, they're probably not too bad when you get your hands on them. But I'm also like, you have to start. This is more classic gamer puzzle right here. Glue. Nice glue. Good. Of course it is. And I ain't gonna hear no goddamn different. Goddamn son of a bitch. Yeah, it's pretty. It's a pretty chill. It's a good sound. It's very very comfy. But yeah, I was playing my own stuff earlier. Not because this is shit, but just because I was like, man, I need to wake up a little bit. Although, like with the puzzles, the soundtrack doesn't change too much. Now, when you're in each area, it has a different kind of like sound font to it, but it still kind of has this like through line of like ambient kind of chill. So you notice it slightly, but it's not like, oh, I'm in a different area kind of feel. So when you're in some of these puzzles for a really long time, you do kind of get. It's not a bad thing, but I'm like, all right, I'll throw in some of my shit just to mix it up. Like this area right here has got the kind of a bit more like Chinese kind of instrumentation. So I don't know the name of the instrument. Apologize. They probably move over here to change. Although this is a secret area. Yeah, definitely put you back. It's been putting me. I don't know if this will have any sound. Like it doesn't have. It has a different kind of sound now. Instead of like this, so it's like it's kind of different for each zone, but it's like it's still kind of like droning ambience, which I like droning ambience, but it's very good for puzzles. But yeah, man, put me to sleep. I mean, I was listening to chill music too. We're listening to like classical music and Gregorian chanting. I was looking for like a really dark Gregorian chanting, and then my computer crashed. I stopped. Forbidden knowledge, I guess. Like I like Gregorian chanting pretty well, but there's some that sound a bit more like you'd hear in like a Jesus movie, and then some that sound a bit more. And we were saying it was like maybe it was like Gothic chanting or something. Didn't look much harder than that. I was like, yeah, not too bad for puzzling. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of puzzles, but I think we've already kind of knocked out a lot of this one. Granted, these are just pretty raw, man. I mean, these are just, there's nothing fancy about these. They're just more blind puzzles, a bit more complicated. Like, granted, there's a lot of these that are like that and stuff. So. Actually, only a couple things where you can actually change it. But I'm like I did this one, and this is probably the only like fresh idea one here. I haven't used a minus in forever. But it's not. Dude. just needed to be there, but it was a pattern. It was this could just be bullshit with no rule on the bottom here. It like bought from real to a pattern. These ones will these shaped ones will they just are. They're just way more of a complicated idea. Yeah, no man, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, people probably don't want to work a food service job when they just came into a business that they could sell for a lot. I mean, the community loses a nice place to eat, but it gets a bunch of dough. I mean, if it turns into something else, I mean, that's cool, who knows? It definitely sucks to see places that are affordable with solid portion sizes and stuff kind of go under, and you're not going to get that with chains, really, so... You might not get it with mom and pop, but there's a better chance. Ours is attached to a bowling alley. They actually serve the bowling alley, but they have a whole restaurant section, diner section, and a huge list of stuff. But it's always popping. I'm not too worried about ours, but yeah, for sure in general. Yeah, the family owned for sure, and that's how the one out here is. Cousins of daughter. The head chef lady, or not chef lady, they just kind of head lady. Her daughter's a waitress. Her fucking husband's the bowling guy, I think, and I think maybe not on that part. You'll get wives coming in there chatting with the chef, the husband, nieces and shit. It's like, it's cool. I mean, there's a lot of people that aren't family, but it's like kind of a neat thing, yeah. I mean, I definitely prefer going to a place that, you know, you're directly blending, you know, kind of family deal, and they're actually fair prices and meals and shit. It works out. It just works out in all ways, really, for me. But yeah, it's a shame that, you know. I mean, I get it. Some a new kid is like, you know, maybe they got their own life. They do their own thing. Like, yeah, that'd be a pretty cool thing to keep in the family, kind of keep running. But it's like, I get you might have your own thing, and you're like, shit, man. You know, a lot of dough. In a way, it's like, you know, they built it up to that point so they could sell it for whatever. I guess. It's kind of a shitty way to look at it. But, definitely sucks. Yeah, I agree. For sure. Yeah, you know, and different interests and stuff. Like, you know, like if I just came into a restaurant that was, you know, maybe an important part of a community, maybe an important part of my family, but like, you know, they're done with it. Like, if I could sell it for a certain amount, and just turn that into like streaming all the time entirely, like I probably would. Right? Because this is where my thing, right? So it's like I get that, but it's like, is it always like that for everybody? If I was like on the street, and I didn't have a lot of dough, and I wasn't gonna make much from it, like I would it'd be cool to try to run it, you know. And I could see the pride in wanting to do that. So yeah, no, for sure. And I think it's an interesting conversation, but yeah, no, mine should be good. I would like to think. I mean, you never know with some of those places. Some could be doing good, and maybe they just decide they're done, you know, getting old, or yeah, like I said, maybe they don't have anybody to follow up. Sell it. It's like, you know, we're fucking, you know, we've been doing it forever. Time to kick back. But no, it's been pretty good. Like I said, a year ago they slightly raised prices. Wasn't much. Yeah, we went today. I went with my work. Well, he's my buddy of like 15 years, and my boss, but also just coworker. And I went with him and my brother. Got me a big ass burger, double burger. Yeah, I don't know. We experiment and try different places, but man, once you find a good place, it's like it's hard for me to want to go try other shit. Sometimes I'm like, damn, it just works with money. It's tasty. But I'd recommend it to people. If like you just always eat at chains and stuff, give some small places a try. It's really only a positive. The only bad thing really is like maybe you won't like it. You can find their menus online. Like wow. It's the whole cashing out thing, which is a plague, but also why? Yeah, it's a tough deal. Yeah, it's a bit of like control, you know, like hey, I can have this money, and I can do anything I want with it, and it's like depending on how much it is, you know, and your passions, you might really need it. Maybe you've got a family, or like, you know, maybe you're like me and you survive on like below poverty level a month, like, and so that would be enough to like set you up for like a long time. But on the flip side, it's like, there's a sense of community, I think, that's kind of cool to kind of, you know, put into probably a bit. A legacy, being able to own and like run a business. It could turn into more money in the long run. I don't know. I get it. At the end of the day, though, yeah, some investor suit is the one who really has very little negatives attached to it and probably makes the most. He just buys it and does something goofy with it, or sells it to somebody else at a higher price. It's always that fucking person who ends up being the goofiest, right? They'll buy it and turn it into, you know, a fucking smoke shop or something. I don't know. I mean, those are usually pretty locally owned. Dude, I can't tell how many fucking smoke shops there are here, dude. Like Big Smoke, Joe Smoky, Semi Smoke, fucking big. You know, it's just like, oh my god. I feel like I know down one street there's like 6 smoke shops. I'm like, how do these places even stay in business? How many fucking places do you need to like buy glass? You can't buy like weed here. Like maybe some of these are like this big vape and shit. It's like, you know, maybe some of these are like vape places, but I'm like, is vape been kind of, I don't know, kind of been going out? Like, what do these people do? Do they sell drugs like behind the scenes, man? Are they just passion projects? Man, these guys just have money set up for their smoke shop. Like, I get if you're in like Colorado or California or something. Like, this is like, that's all. Like, you can't. This is gonna be like the last place. Just sell drugs. I mean, it keeps you afloat. I think everyone wants the outcome, but on an individual level, there's also things why it doesn't make sense to be the person who fights for it. Yeah, and that's the problem. Is like on an individual level, it's like you only get to live once, right? So it's like, why not look after you? But if everybody does that, then the quality of life on everyone goes down, right? It's like, okay, if everybody folds on their personal business, that's, you know, you have a good reason to fold on. It's like, well, then all that's left is McDonald's. And it's like, so it's one of those things where it's like, people either have to have enough foresight or there has to be some kind of like control or protection and not like just lower the quality, that kind of stuff. Or some incentive, right? You know, it's like, okay, well, don't sell this. Maybe we'll incentivize you to keep this business going, either monetarily or some other thing. I mean, people's sense of community is probably warped nowadays because online and stuff. I don't think you're gonna be like, hey, well, this was in the business, this was in the family, and you know, it's a big part of Jim Joe's day before he goes trucking, and you know, you respect your fucking neighbors. Don't you? Like, nobody can fuck anymore about that. It's like, I mean, they should maybe, but that kind of thing. You know, it's hard to find that in anything even slightly above, like, I feel like mid-size, or even just mid-size cities and stuff. I mean, you'll get regulars and stuff in these places, but it runs in the family type of shit. I mean, maybe I'm just making shit up. Thousands of people drive past your diner every day. No one will notice. Yeah, just cashing out, you know. Now, if it's like a shitty cash out, it's like, you know, it's what you made in the diner in a year. It's like, yeah, then it's like kind of stupid, probably. Like if you just really don't have the time, right? Like whatever. The weird ones would probably be like, well, it's already being like ran by like somebody else, and you just own it or something. They cash out anyways. Then you're really just getting rid of it for like a quick paycheck. But I imagine those kinds of places, the family-owned ones, like, you know, the family's probably actually working there, so. But I get the time investment. Under the counter work. Oh yeah, they keep losing their class. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's real interesting, and I wish I knew more people with small businesses like that to kind of handle. I mean, I work for someone who I am one of two people in the company I work. I mean, I guess I work for a small business, but I don't know if it would be like a family thing. There's community aspects to it because we're pretty like social with like the people we vend with, but and you know, our prices are like half the price of like your big corporate vendors, vending machine people, and like we talk to people and hang out and change what they want and stuff. Like you get pretty decent business just because of that. So in a way, it's kind of like this community aspect to it. But I don't think with something slightly impersonal, because you're not there, like giving them their vending stuff, like, you know, it would be in a big effect, right? Like you don't turn a vending machine into a different business. It's always going to be a vending machine. So those kinds of things I really get cashing out probably. Other than just the personal like drive kind of deal, but I mean you might do that somewhere else. But like a business where people hang out. There's a place up in Iowa, Harlem, where my great grandma lived, and there was one place that everybody in the town, because it's a very small town, like you leave your doors unlocked, even to this day you would, kind of town. Like you're not worried about shit. And there's like one place that everybody went to, and then it went out of business, and it's just like, where do you even go then? Like everybody went there for breakfast. And it's just like that would be that situation where it's like the entire like town of Harlem's going to this place almost for breakfast, right? And everybody knows. I went there when I visited, and I was like, just going. I can't remember what it was called. It was a really cool diner. Like it was like a big, like real, like old school classy, like a big square with like all this shit around it, and like a pie, every bar pie and shit. Like, and it's gone. And it's like, I don't even know what it got replaced with. But I mean, that's the thing, is like a place like that's so small. Like, who knows if they even got bought out, or if they're just like, damn, can't do too much. Oh yeah, Jacker. I mean, I think everybody to a certain extent. It's like I like to think that, you know, it's like I do give a shit, but I was like, at the end of the day, it's just like the cash out deal. You know, I only live once. There's a certain amount of convenience, time, and money. You know, like I don't have the money to go shop at like some really like locally sourced like expensive like thing. I was like, you know, I'll take the microplastic and pesticide. It's like half the price or something. It sucks, but like, you know, it's not like there's no pros. I mean, if you're weighing pros and cons, and it's like barely a pro, like when it comes to like selfish quality of life, then it's like, yeah, maybe like just go. But I mean, going out and spending a few hours of your life fucking shopping instead of ordering online, like, yeah, dude. Honestly, it's kind of on them to fucking adjust to, man. But the problem is, there's a point where these big corps, it's like you can't beat it, man. Like, how does Farmer Joe beat like fucking, you know, shipping to your fucking door? What is he gonna just drive up? I mean, I guess he could hire somebody and deliver produce, but got a website. He's got somebody handling all that, you know, like maybe. I think that's where there'd have to be some kind of system that comes in. Like a fucking drone that picks up the produce from these guys and then it like delivers it to you or something. And then you pay like, you know, them directly and shit. It's one of those things like somebody could create something that bridges that gap. It's just no corp's gonna let them right now, and like people just aren't. At the end of the day, people are extremely selfish. So like I don't really care. It's like if I could, it's like I would kind of deal. But it's like, you know, if some big corp removes enough opportunities, then it's like that time never comes, kind of things. Hard to touch those from a mom and pop. Yeah, I mean, it's like what, Walmart. The reason they even have low prices is they just have such a fucking stranglehold that they can like, you know, they can get the manufacturers to make like great value brand versions of their stuff. They can make it so cheap to ship everywhere that it can like affect the cost, and it's like it's only because they're so big they can do that stuff. But like, you know, how do you beat that, right? I mean, if you just have a lot of money, you know, and you're just hoarding it like a dragon, it's like, yeah, you should probably do cooler shit with it. But like, you know, if you're like me, it's like, you know, I don't buy anything fun. I ain't got the money for that shit. It's like, I'm probably not gonna go to fucking Farmer Joe's fucking eggplant shack or whatever. It's just not realistic, man. Now, if he was the same price and I didn't have to fucking drive a bunch, my car that's always breaking, like, yeah. I think that's another thing too that probably hurts, like, you know, I don't know much about mom and pop produce type of place. Does anybody feel like vote with your wallets like bullshit? I always felt like that's like to a certain extent, I get it. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's like, you know, make sure you bitch about stuff you have a problem with, because it's like, you know, better to say something than not. But it's like, just vote with your wallet. I mean, it's like when your average Joe's like a drooling fuck. That's a really mean way to say it. Is it really? I mean, especially when a company these days is trying to like essentially create like a community or a kind of person that like kind of mindlessly, you know, or not mindlessly, that just kind of through either convenience, clever marketing, predatory techniques, you know, tries to create like a certain type of person to get used to it over very like, many decades and stuff. I mean, like we were talking about this with video game stuff. It's kind of tinfoil hat, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like if you can kind of create the person you want, take in some of your stuff, then it's like, well, the point where you're voting with your wallet mattered was a long time ago. Some of these companies are so big, it's like I feel like they can like supersede those kinds of novel approaches to shit. Like, yeah, it matters if it's like mom and pop. Like, I'd be like, hey guys, all 30 of us in this town, fuck these people. They, you know, they said some mean things to me, and it's like, yeah, that would affect their business pretty hard. But it's like, what, like Amazon? Okay, I mean, they can just fucking create their own fucking cult, you know? Yeah, that's the problem. Is it's just like it's beyond. I mean, voting with your wallet's important, bitching's important, but it's like there's a point where it's just like, you know, I'm not saying it's like hopeless, but it's like that's where you probably need like larger powers to help you to throw their cock down on some of these things, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's not like anybody probably tries too much either. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like electronics and cars and stuff like that, and you know, like the internet. It's like it's beyond the layman at times, right? They're playing a game that's so much more advanced than what you just really like. You need to like dedicate your life to understanding it, kind of thing, to be able to fight it properly. It's not like, oh, I can go fix my car nowadays. It's like it's pretty hard to fix your car yourself compared to like probably 40, 50 years ago. You know, it's like I like you know, like it's just things become more specialized, and I feel like the complicated economic fucking game probably going on with these super corps and shit, and how much power they can just levy against you. It's like, man, if you want to throw a spanner in the works, it's probably a lot harder than it was 50 years ago. And it's not that it's not worth it. That you should just not say anything. But like, back, man, like, it's not gonna probably go. Yeah, exactly. Dude, that fucking image, man. What a fucking classic. Yeah, and I mean that's the same thing. I mean, a lot of talk, not a lot of action. I mean that's myself. I mean I don't maybe I'm not raising the stick super hard or bitching insanely crazy about any of these things or super well read on a lot of it. So it's like, but there's some people who spew some serious opinions very very loudly to a lot of people. And like, do they do anything about it? I mean, what do you do sometimes though? Like, what am I gonna like stand outside of a fucking megacorp and tell them to stop? Ask a politician get paid by a megacorp? Like, not all of them, but like. At least talking is something. Rather bitch than I guess bend over. Not that I'm some fucking like I'm not saying I'm some fucking like fucking freedom fighter. It was just like one of those like, and that's just kind of the point at that. Yeah, I don't know. Conflating what I'm talking about and all that too much. Other shit. I've kind of lost the plot here. I don't know. Just, I guess shit changes. You lose some power. Visually gain some in some ways. I guess it just relates back to like, yeah, I can't blame people wanting to take a little ownership over chances they get. But it's kind of a rippling effect that kind of makes things worse in a way. So it's all fucked. It is. But I mean, realistically, we'll probably the planet will turn into a Mad Max desert probably before maybe we have to worry about the peak of all that. We'll see. How is all that going these days? Are we turning into a desert yet? Is it getting pretty close? I mean, I imagine we're not doing anything positive for the environment. Yeah, some big oil and gas and all that could give me fucking shits. Yeah. Another one of those. The thing with like gases and stuff is it's very like tough to even really like see. Like a lot of those things that destroy the environment, they're like invisible gases usually. They're hard for a lot of people to catch, and you know some corp isn't gonna fucking give a shit. I was watching damn videos on it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's like it's good that people want to, but it's also like, is it just a hollow gesture? It's like, are people gonna actually like change how they do stuff every day? It's like it's got to start somewhere. Generally, you'd imagine it would start with heavier restrictions or some big like spark, and probably just me talking about it in my driveway. I mean, yeah, I could start anywhere, but it's like, you know, it's probably the powers that be that probably have to be the one to do something, not to shift the fucking, you know, the responsibility, but it's like, it's just in this day and age, like, well, you know, what do you know? I mean, there's you can research and then find channels and stuff to try to like make some difference or talk to the right people. So like there is stuff for sure. I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things, yeah, that just keeps dipping. My thing is like, at least on an individual level, even if it doesn't do a lot, like you can at least kind of do little things, right? Yeah. Well, that's just one tree, bro. It's just a tree, man, and it's on their property. There's so much other land out there, man. Kind of a waste. I don't know. It's a complicated thing. I think it's really easy to like pass the buck and all that shit. Or is it the buck? I don't remember how it goes. And it's not like I'm innocent on that. Like, I get it, man. Yeah. Like, where's the breaking point? I guess it's like enough people who finally do care that spend enough time to solve it and talk to the right people. But I mean, some of those problems, they might not get to that point before it's too late. And it's like when it comes to like saving the environment, there's not many people that really probably hate that, other than like stuff like big oil and stuff like that, right? But like, I feel like when you're fighting just some corp about an issue they've caused, it's like you're gonna fight right there on your hands. It's like you at least have like the moral like high ground, like really hard with the saving the world type of shit. It's like, yes, I mean, it's a big oil and big fucking gas and all that gonna go apeshit on you, but it's like, you know, there is like some probably something helping you out there. So like, at least that helped a little. But like, Jesus. The image of the guy popping, I don't know that one. Yeah, that's the tough thing is like, well, the next generation can deal with it, or, you know, I'll be dead by the time this happens, or I just can't visually see what's going on. It's like, is it hot because of global warming, or is it just, you know, it's like, people are horrible about taking care of their own stuff in the long term. Like, oh, my health, I probably should be doing something better about that. But, expecting them to really, like, also handle the world woes and shit, it's like, I think that's like a cultural thing that needs to shift. And I think that would be obviously the better place if everybody cared more about that kind of shit in general. Something has to make it happen, or I don't know if we need to start instilling those values harder from like from the ground up. It's like, I feel like with the world exploding, you can't start once the problems appear. But I don't know, man. On the other side of the coin, I hate to reject it. Do you want to self arguments where someone expresses concerns about environmental issues? Well, yeah, it's like, do you exist in fucking society, dude? Like, you can't even go live off the grid without somebody owning the land and like fucking beating you down about it and getting fined. So it's like one of those things like there's things you like, is it really the person who owns a cell phone, or is it like the way the cell phones are made? Is it the culture around getting a new cell phone every year, you know? Like, cell phones are pretty fucking useful, and they probably have, in a way, the ability to communicate and all that. I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of communication and being able to research things on the fly is probably a net gain for being aware and like organizing people for fucking like helping the environment. Like it's not like it's a hard negative to have like a cell phone, but there's like really bad negatives that you could like say about them, like getting a new one every year is stupid, right? I don't know, it's one of those weird things where it's like, yeah, and it's like you have to exist in society. Like, we exist in our whatever society we're in. It's like, I can't just create a new fucking one all of a sudden. It's like, yeah, we could shift it, we could carve out our own little thing here, but like, I'm not just gonna like it's almost possible. Like, what land and places are like free of like society half the time? Like, not a whole lot, right? There's a lot of convenience and a lot of like health gains and all that stuff. And it's like you can't really blame people on that kind of shit. It's about making that work better. It's like, yeah, compromises and stuff, but it's like, yeah, let's just not have phone, which is like and so important these days. Living in a cave with no material possessions is a viable choice. And even if you try to do that. Oh, this picture. Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, you participate in society, curious. I love saying curious like that, dude. Like, oh yes, you participate in it. That must mean you're happy with it. Yeah. I don't know. That's all. That's just. I mean, that's the problem with it, and a part of the reason that not enough happens is it's extremely complicated, and there's so many individual and societal factors just at war there. And like, yes, there's a clear cut, like, you know, we need to do more for the environment, but it's getting like fucking human beings to do that, and how our lives are so caught up and ingrained in like how the society works. Is it could things just change? People just adjust, like yeah, but it's the shitty parts of people and all the factors tied up in everything and people fighting against it. It's not even like everybody wants it, right? Like big oil doesn't want that. Most people probably Earth exploded in 100 years if they made some money right before it. I can't even get away with not having those very same people push to the standards so quick than not. Yeah, that's one of those horrible things that's like intent, like planned obsolescence and shit. It's like, oh my god, like that should never be a thing. Not only is it just bad on like a consumer level, but like what a waste of resources, dude. But hey man, infinite growth. If people buy stuff infinitely, you know, they have to buy stuff more often. We make more money, and like, but then we also make people hype for yearly releases and like a fucking fun game to like go buy another phone. I'm like, dude, I hate buying phones, man. Like I browse porn on it, my Discord, I look at some news and browse the internet a little bit. Like, I don't want help. Granted, I'm not a power user like some people, or I don't damage it. But maybe, I mean, I've damaged one before and I've got to get a new one. A long time ago, I really need my case for this. But they're not too worried about you damaging these. These aren't built sturdy for a damn reason, man. Yeah, right to repair is important. Absolutely. Jesus, with all that fucking tractor John Deere bullshit, I'm like, what in the fuck happened with that, man? Shit like that, and like, what was it? Where you gotta like pay a subscription for your fucking car, your seat and shit. You're just like, man, fuck. What is going on? We're getting crazy. I don't know. And I mean, maybe stuff starts with that, right? I mean, maybe people just stick it to. Maybe I don't know. Is there a breaking point with people getting dick, or do people just get used to it? I mean, it's like the microtransaction talk. Like people used to taking a really big, thick, meaty dick on microtransactions now. People bitch, but it's like, I don't see that hitting a breaking point. It just goes back to the point where people are just okay with it. Like, I don't think you ever go back to, like, not paying for, like, horse armor or $40 skins. You know, you don't go back to, like, those just being free. Not unless there's some huge societal change when it came to, like, the fundamentals of everything. Yeah, that's the problem is, I don't know, if you get enough drooling bastards, it's like, or you create those. And when I say creepy those people, I don't mean like there's just like some cold mind wash. It's like, you know, what you put on the front end of Netflix, and it's like what kind of stuff you make, how much of you own and the advertising, what people see every day. You know, not even just like, oh, I own the news, man. Not like, it's just like little stuff, like, you know, if Disney has like all of the available like advertisement space for movies, like most people are probably gonna just do that because they don't care that much. And it's like, well, then you could create taste based on that, right? People are kind of what they do and are shaped by experiences and shit. So it's like, it's one of those things, like, it's subtle, but like if you just get a point where like it's like with microtransactions, you push the envelope, you pull it back, people are used to it. You know, it's not like some weird Illuminati thing. It's just like how it kind of works. There's just a point where these companies are so big that it almost is like, you know, tinfoil at that point. That's weird. And this picture that the super meta. And it just keeps, I feel like it kind of can keep ballooning out there, yeah. Like, you know, we post that. Like, no, well, I'm different. We understand. I'm different. I'm not like that. And then it's like, oh, wait, you know, I'm just different. I feel like there's a certain level of, like, acceptance of, like, evil or hopelessness because you personally can't fix everything. And, like, that sucks. I don't think that, like, you know, actually as real as it seems, but, like that kind of is a factor. Probably for some people and that kind of thing, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a tough thing. Like I said, it's super complicated. It's interesting research and all that kind of stuff. I've done a little bit more lately. And I'm not like tinfoil about any of it, but I mean, it's just a lot of it. And I feel like that's one of those deflect. It's just conspiracy shit I did. Not really, man. And if you imagine if somebody could do that, some of that goofy shit when it came to like media and stuff, like they would. Like, why wouldn't they? It's about capability. And we mentioned that earlier. It's like, you know, now with like stuff that can analyze data a little bit more accurately and stuff, who's to say that there's not some kind of surgical precision they could apply to, you know, which levers and get on you. I mean, that's the goal with microtransactions and predatory gotcha marketing and stuff like that. I mean, to manipulate you efficiently to make money. Why wouldn't they go harder? just don't know if there's like, yeah, like a breaking point of that kind of thing. Because I mean, I feel like people can take a lot of bullshit, but yeah, it's like, what's too much for human, or is that completely societal? Or would it break because society hasn't adjusted to how fucked people want to be, or something? Or is it just gonna be Mad Max before any of that matters, right? Who knows? I don't know. I'm not even like that negative about. I'm not like that cynical about everything either. I'm not like waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat about the state of the world. Saying whatever. I mean, I just stream and chill and chit chat and stuff, but. Not that I'm saying it's all good, but come across like losing it. Not really. It's just kind of like it's more just kind of stating how shit is, man. I'm wearing a shirt that was made in China. I have no fucking idea if this was made in. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like the meat industry is pretty. I mean, is that one of the best examples of that? It's like, yes, some people don't have the ability to like see animals and feel like compassion or sympathy with them because they're broken fucking freaks. But like, generally, you spend enough time with probably living creatures, something you feel pretty shit. They're dead. So it's like, I feel like, how separated you are from like the cattle being raised and killed and how humane it is and slaughtered, and it just appears as like a burger, right? Like, it's one of those things like out of sight, out of mind. It's pretty, it's a big deal. That's kind of what I was talking about with like big gas and shit. I was like, you don't even see the effect that even has. Like, you could see like big smoke clouds billowing on like oil and that kind of shit, or coal or whatever the fuck. But like with gas, it's just not. I mean, you don't even see it. So it's like, it's very easy to not see. Or like, oh, the world's gonna turn into a Mad Max desert in 100 years. It's like, that's pretty far. I can't really, It's like even just imagining like the scale of like, Earth compared to some other. There's some things that are just, in a way, either beyond you or like take enough imagination, or you can disconnect enough. Like there's wars going on right now, but I'm just streaming. It's like, I mean, do I have to do something? I mean, it's not like I don't care, but it's just like there is a disconnect there. Right? Like, horrible things happen, and I move on. I live. It's like, I don't know. And then like, yeah, some of those things like affect you in even more personal ways. And I mean, it's not that you shouldn't care. I don't mean it that way. I'm not saying it's like, whatever. Not at all. It's just like, distance and not having your senses affected by it, or even, it's like things that aren't affected you essentially, visually, that stuff. Obviously, that's a huge deal. But also things that don't affect you, like socioeconomic kind of individual, whatever the fuck situation. And then it's stuff that doesn't affect you, doesn't affect anybody doesn't affect you physically. Anything that's like, they're still bad, but then it's just like the moral argument of it. It's like you have no connection to it, and it's just like there's just so many layers of like removal that I think that makes like a really big difference. And that's common sense. It's just putting it into words. I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. That's just complete common sense. If you cared literally about every single thing the same, I mean, you're pretty much like some benevolent god. Like omnipresent, omniscient. It looks like that's just not how humans work, and that's kind of where you have to bridge the gap with society and some morals and stuff like that. I'd imagine regulations, because like, we're not all gonna think the same or understand things. I'm just blabbering. I'm sure I said something. I hope I didn't say controversial in there. mentioning any semi-hot topic, man. I burned at the stake no matter what you say. Also, just spitballing. I think it's good to discuss that kind of stuff, even if you don't have like a huge, like, crazy, like, you know, big, you know, thought process built off of some of it, or I don't know. I guess I don't know why I always bring that up. I think the idea is like, and I'm not educated enough on a lot of it, that a lot of it could be wrong. And I want to make sure that I got that out there, but that I don't think that's enough reason to say. I think you just need to be smart enough to think about what you say and where other people are saying stuff and where it's coming from. That's, I feel like, really fucking new. I don't think most like that. I think some people just see stuff. That's it. Drop the fucking 2-ton weight on it. Boom. I don't think people are willing to be wrong as much as they should. Couple of these off. I guess I'm always worried about coming across as a just know-it-all or some fucking crazy, secretly off-stream planning like some fucking manifest. I was like, let's get into talking about stuff. I think it's fine. I think it's good. I think you just gotta know where you're at and maybe where you should be and where other people are coming from. I don't know. Three. Fucking well picture. The well picture. Within the other part of the well picture. I don't think I can reach this, so this has to be that. Whew. It's gonna only go one more out. On chain. Anyways, yeah, diners are pretty good. Try some more of them out. Let's save $1. Nothing wrong. Appreciate the con. Dive into human nature. Yeah, it's like at the base level, you know. Sometimes it just is that simple, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're just here once. Is it an excuse in a way? Is it passing the buck? Maybe, man, but got so much time in the day and stuff going on, and how busy everyone is nowadays. It's like, well, is that true? How busy are people? Are pretty non-stop these days, but I feel like when you're probably like a farmer or something, it's probably more. And the book will be continued to pass. I don't know if this whole thing's fucked from like the go here. Like 1, 2. I think because of this, you don't stop. Dang. Don't laugh at that. I just set a lot of this up the same way, man. Ugh. Yep. Tired. I was gonna stop a long time ago. I mean, this game's been good for chit-chatting, really. I just kind of mindlessly do some of these. I mean, today I would say I've talked without paying attention to this game for like 4 or 5 hours across all the streams. I mean, I'd be playing it forever or anything, but they're all separate after all, man. Yeah. It really didn't even require a thought. Pick one color. I mean, they're not the same. Like, well, they would work. Just pick one. But a cute little fucking visual, man. That's all that mattered. Just some fiddling around, man. What else can we jump into, man? I'm so fucking tired. I don't have like a combo to start right now. I mean, I'm always done talking about whatever. About that local sports team. Anyone, actually, is anyone in here like an avid sportsman? Oh, hit me, bro. You ate some food. Was it meat, my friend? What would that make me if I'm making light of someone for eating me? How many layers of ironic protection am I on shielding? But we got hobos. Whenever Blizzard comes up, it's like a moral obligation to be mad at them. I don't. For me, I guess I'll let you finish. Yeah, I gotta wonder what it is, right? So part of it's like, well, Blizzard games have definitely sucked a lot more. I like to bitch about that. But also I think people have like a nostalgia and hope for that kind of thing. Because of what they used to be. Heavy advertisement. A lot of people just, you know, they want to be a part of the thing regardless who it is. People way too recency. That people like to forget about drama. It's in and out of the fucking social sphere real quick. I think people getting used to all sorts of different crews and companies all having drama, so it like fucking equalizes it for people. I think there's so much fucking going on there. I'm not trying to like say it's like good or something or bad. It's just like, nah. Yeah, I don't know. When I talk about Blizzard, it's always like wonderment on how they're even in business with all that drama. Then just crappy the games are fun. But yeah, being mad at them on like a moral level because of all the sexual shit and stealing breast milk and stuff. And then yeah, pulling the Modern Warfare 2 Steam page thing is probably not the best. Let me read what you're saying here. Sorry. Tired. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that happens with a lot of shit, yeah. It's more about being a part of like a group, being in the right pitchfork, kind of burning the right witch type of thing. And it's not even necessarily that it's always wrong or unfounded or not some kind of maybe more worthy moral crusade. I'm not saying this is or anything, but I don't know which exact part we're talking about. Blizzard. Yeah, I mean it's just that thing. Like some of these riots you've seen, people ask like, "Why are you there?" And they're like, "I don't even know what this is for, but I'm just here, dude." As everybody else is. And it kind of depends. I mean, I think there's reasons you'd like shit on Blizzard and play a Blizzard game. For me, I don't pay for their games. I rent them. And then shit on them the whole time. I feel a little okay about that. Granted, I do not play all their stuff. I'm like reanalyzing myself. I'm like, have I done some of this? I mean, of course I'm sure I've not done enough research and misrepresented. Yeah. I think if you just get their mother. Right. Yeah, it's an interesting thing for sure. Yeah, like I said, I think you can relate that out to like different stuff. I think it's people's ability. I mean, the power some of these companies have to. Well, I think it's. I think it's how long. Is it entertainment, or do people care about things? Like, and how much of each, right? Is it people's like attention spans, recency, like, you know, it's out of the, you know, public eye. Like you do something bad, but hey, if you ignore it long enough, people just forget, people move on. It's people beholden to companies and IPs, right? It's like, ooh man, you know, fuck Blizzard, but maybe this is when they come back, bro. You know, they did some things, but maybe it's been this change, maybe it's shit like that. Like, I think there's a lot that probably goes into it, but I mean, absolutely weak will or weak, like, barking louder than your bite type of thing. People aren't really. Yeah, they talk a lot, but I mean, it doesn't. Your values only go so far as speaking. I mean, it's what we were talking about before. Yeah, that kind of thing. I mean, not that I say I'm above any of that, but I think that's probably a lot of it. And for me, it's like, I'm not gonna lie. If I had to actually buy a Diablo 4 to play it, I wouldn't have bought it. But probably not because of the drama. Probably just because I think the game sucked now. And it's like, am I a worse person because the game quality part matters a bit more to me than like how many farts somebody sniffed out of somebody's ass on the secret there? It's like, I don't know. I mean, you could probably knock me for that. Like, I mean, it doesn't help. It's there's more going on than just me. Oh, I only care about the game quality and their track record. Right? It's like, all of it kind of matters. But... And I mean, that's another thing too. Is that kind of shit sucks, but it's also like, I think this is the way a lot of companies hide from criticism. Is a company isn't just like, well, on the flip side, it kind of is. It's like, it's not just one dude. it's not just one group. But like then again, some people like give these companies like a personality, like it is just one group. I can get really tribal about it. So I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing. I think it's like you can use it as a way to defend. Well, it's like not everybody was stealing breast milk, you know. So maybe these people, you know, these are the guys who made the good game, right? I'm supporting them by buying that, even though it all goes to the same shit. But then on the flip side, it's like, you know, it's easy to take a dump on a corporation as some big personality. Like, a lot of them do that too, like on Twitter, and pretend to be just like, this is what PlayStation thinks. I'm like PlayStation's like one guy. I don't know. It's a weird deal. I'm talking about all sorts of stuff here. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a lot of people. I mean, when push comes to shove, some people probably, or in the right situation, they're in their moral convictions, maybe they'd stand by him a bit. But I think in like our time period where it's easy to talk, yeah, probably like on a social media or something like that. And people will be heard. I think it's easy to get the all bark no bite thing. And I think part of it's also like it's like video games, right? Yeah. Some people probably deflate stuff like that. Where it's like, well, it's not a big deal. It's just video game type of shit. Like, you know, like you can't have a serious topic about something because it doesn't involve like genocide or something. So, like, it seems like not as big a deal. Enough time, or not, the magnitude's not big enough. Like, they stole some breast milk, not like you know, assaulted anyone. And I was like, but it's like it's still shit, right? That, what do they call that kind of false? Not false equivalence. What is it called? Fallacy. Where it's like because a greater evil exists, that evil's not as bad. I mean, it's just, I mean, you could relate that back to microtransaction. That is used all the time as a justification. God, I can't believe how many people in like the Helldivers forums and stuff, when I was doing heavy research into trying to figure out that damn anti-cheat, were just like, well, man, you already get fucked by everything anyways. So who cares? You get fucked by this. I'm like, is that a reason to want to get fucked again? And I was like, well, I've already been robbed once. Might as well just let the next fucking Jim Joe rob me. It's like, it doesn't make sense, man. Like, yeah, it's a different deal with like an anti-cheat, but like people should be like concerned anyways. Like, if you go ahead with it, it's fine. I mean, I did, but like, it's always like these fucking crazy arguments. What the fuck are you even saying, man? Like, makes you remember that there's some people out there, dude, who think very differently than you. I'm just like, seeing all the crazy conversations around that game as it's been out and before it was out, in regards to microtransactions and anti-cheat and stuff. And it's like, yeah, Helldivers is pretty solid, relatively, you know, on microtransactions and shit. But it's like, it's still there, and like, anti-cheat is not a good thing. For how fucking shaky they are as like devs. It's just a weird thing, man. People are very quick to give up privacies because they've been wronged once, so they might as well be wronged more. It's just like an odd thing to me, man. What, genocide? Are they? Like, I mean, I keep up with like you know, the larger, more like credible type of Blizzard stuff. I mean, you could say mainstream. I haven't kept up with like every little fucking thing that somebody's accused them of. I'm sure it is just about everything. I shouldn't say credible. Because some more reported on, isn't how Blizzard gets bought, who they fire, what games are made. I mean, shit like that. Like, yes, I mean, the drama, you know. I'll read on. I can't say I'm like fucking fishing for it. Because, I mean, I feel like there's infinite stuff that people say about some of these things. That kind of just never ends. I mean, if it's a big thing that actually affects the company, like actually something real, like, yeah, I guess I'm more tuned in then. But... Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know anything about all that. It's like, sure, I would say, yeah, it's not bad. Like, obviously, I said it earlier, but it's like, I don't know how. I'm not researched enough on the political world there. It's like I can make general statements about what I'd like and what I hope I'd like, but it's like, it's just kind of pointless at this point because that's such a, yeah, what like China's up so beyond like like I said, it's good to talk about things, but certain topics there's a specificity that you really can't. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like if you really believe it, truly, right? Like I'm not saying it's right. Like, I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying any of that's happened, or that's like their stance on anything, because I'm kind of goofy. I have zero credibility, and it's like this is also an entire company. Once again, like I mean, it's who am I even talking about? But it's like, but if you truly believed it, is no matter how much of a fucking fallacy or whatever the fuck it is, like, yeah, would you be buying their game? Like, probably not. Oh, that's my thing. Is like, man, there's a lot to play, bro. What do you think? I mean, they're a pretty hot topic. I think a lot of it is that a lot of you gotta. How much of it is? I guess it's twofold, right? It's people obviously buying into the news and loving the drama, maybe moral grandstanding, but it's also that people really probably want to report on that stuff because it does get clicked because they've had such big shit in the past. So it ends up being like a lot of what the news is for people. Yeah. I mean, I do think Blizzard's a very interesting case. I do love talking about them on that kind of grounds. Generally more on the video game side of things than like a company policy drama, but you know, the goodwill they've had and kind of squandering of all that kind of shit. Decline in quality of games and, you know, how big a deal they were at a point in time and stuff. And how they're still a big deal. But I mean, thing is, like, a lot of those times, you know, before they became, I mean, Activision Blizzard changed them. Obviously, the state of video games has changed a lot. I'm not trying to say there's like nothing weird going on there, but it's just like, you know, that it's all just like drama or something. It's like, I don't know. I find them have a lot. There's a lot of history there and a lot of industry changing and all this stuff. Their trajectory, I think, is just very interesting days for people. I mean, I like talking about it to a certain extent. Yeah, I don't know. The drama parts, though, it's like, I've just never really cared for drama. I mean, I'll talk about some of it. Because, I mean, that kind of stuff does factor in. People lose their jobs and all that kind of shit. But yeah. Get this one more somewhere. Oh, I'm just kind of blabbering. Is it that, I mean, you don't like the hypocritism, how hypocritical people are, or like, you know, like seeing Blizzard get thrown under the bus a lot, or it's just kind of like repetitive, annoying news, or like everything? I mean, I think it's all kind of a different thing. I think what you're talking about. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen Blizzard in the news like that outside of Activision Blizzard being purchased, their layoffs, and the Overwatch 2 thing, really. I haven't heard much drama with them in a while. But maybe the news places I go to just don't report on that unless it definitely sounds like something I wouldn't really care about. The last stuff I heard about drama-wise was probably the Melk thing. And I mean, them firing a bunch of people, but that was a... I mean, do you count, like, how they handled the new PvE mission pack cancellation? Drama? I mean, it creates drama, but like a business. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think, for me, the hypocrisy definitely sucks. I'd probably be more annoyed about the mob kind of pitchfork, follow the leader type of mentality a bit more. I mean, I'm also a kind of person who likes to chit chat and dig into crap. And I mean, I not that I'm saying I do enough research, but you know, making your own opinions about stuff, I guess is. So it's like when I see that kind of like people foregoing their ability to do that, it's kind of like lame, especially if it's got any effect lives or something. Not that I'm defending Blizzard either. As like I said, I don't know about the drama and shit. I just talk about them on the game side of things a bit more. Need to add one to this. Where do I get one? I can't do this. Can I do these? Not really. Off limit. I guess this doesn't need to be blocked off, huh? Just one? Oh no, wait, it does. One space. Shit. I mean, it kind of needs to stay this way. The ritual of it, the entertainment value. The belonging, thinking that you're a moral crusader, or maybe something like that. I mean, I think people care a little bit. I mean, it's not that there's no principle there. It's that, yeah, it's probably not always the strongest factor. I mean, for some people it is. I'm not saying everybody's like that, but like, yeah, getting out there and saying something and being a part of it, whether it's for entertainment or I guess the look. Like your irritants is kind of bigger these days in some part, or in a lot of part. Yeah, that's one thing I find really is how the internet and availability to so many of these topics into recognition and affirmation, and you know, you can pretend to be someone, but you can do it at your convenience and as much as you want. It has little effect on you, but possibly big effect on others. And all these factors, you know, time spent on it, how we take it in, how impersonal it is, that kind of disassociation from it, detachment. So much. I think it's crazy interesting, which maybe makes me sound like an asshole, but I guess I went to school for that shit. But and if I could like study something, it would probably be like social bullshit. But like, I don't even know how you study that shit. But yeah, it's just wild. And how it really changed how people, yeah, do that kind of stuff. I mean, do people do that outside of the internet? I mean, of course. But I don't know if it's just like exemplifying it so much more clearly with these platforms, or if it's like really like making it work. Maybe both. Those by other people will just justify. It's just use the excuse. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, that's been a thing forever. I mean, like, people get more entertainment out of negative news, shit like that. I feel like. I'm not saying just because something's been forever to make it not fucked, but yeah. Sadly, I feel like that's human nature. Like I said, it's either the magnitude's just gotten bigger, or it's just on display in a new fucking shitty way for all to see. New clarity. People entertained by like bad news, or you know, people would fucking get together to watch people get fucking hanged and for entertainment, you know, so the moral part of it and what was going on is like less important than being there for the to pretend you cared, or for the kicks. It's like I said earlier, like people that riot and they don't even know what it's for. You know, I feel like this is something forever. You want the group activity, everything else is justified afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once things hit a critical mass, I'll think, oh, I can dogpile on this person or thing. and nobody's gonna say anything, you know. A lot of people just inherently want to, like, you know, do bad or, you know, do the thing they can't normally do. It's like free pass. I mean, I'm not saying that's what I mean with Blizzard. Maybe they deserved everything. I don't know what they got. They got bought. That's about it. I mean, I'm sure they received a lot of emails, but I'm just being like in general. Yeah. People want to be a part of something, and I feel like for a lot of people, or people want to pretend they're part of something big, right? You could say, hey, maybe nowadays things are pretty chill compared to, you know, 100 years ago or something, but like people want to believe they're in a time of upheaval or crazy change or something. It's like maybe they seek it, or I'm not saying there's not change going on. I'm not saying it's not a big time or anything, but it's like, I mean, you know, there are big things happening, but like some people I feel like look maybe for validation, maybe that, you know, they're doing something. I mean, I'm not saying that everybody's got these like some noble pursuits or anything. I just mean like, you know, people are looking for the fire sometimes, even if there's nothing really there. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching some videos on, I mean, I didn't go deep, but that guy, the Russian, what do they call it? The propaganda type of thing. Where it's not about getting people to believe something you write in mass that's made to, like, rile people up. It's getting enough people to believe and then they spread it kind of thing. Because they just want to, you know, like a lot of these people don't maybe even care about certain things. They just want to go wild and go off, or you know, they don't research things enough and easily manipulatable. I don't know much about all that. The specific topics, I have no idea on that. It's just the idea that, you know, you can manipulate people because, you know, they're not looking out for their own best interest, or they don't really care about the integrity, or they're just there to get their kicks. Like, it's just entertainment. I mean, it's like, honestly, like election time, I think people get more fun out of like more heated, more emotional. It's not even fun. It's like that they feel something about like the red versus blue war, you know, that it is really, maybe they care about like the topics and the politics behind it. I mean, some people do, but a lot of time it's like, it's my team kind of thing. I think it's a similar thing, right? And I mean, I don't think any of this is like hot, man. I care too little about some of it to the ire of Psycho. But I think that's a pretty common fucking thing. But I think it's like, that's another example of that kind of thing. Solve your puzzles. Come over here and solve them, buddy. You'll be out here. Solve them for me. Take them out. Physically. The particulars are less. Yeah, that's the thing. Is it's more about division and probably some kind of chaos there. Reddit is like in the top 10 most used sites in the world, especially for English-speaking sites. Remember, I click off the feedback, a couple of highlights, something else. Yeah, I don't know much about Reddit's administration or anything at all. I'm also not a heavy user. I browse it for news sometimes, and I don't think it's a great place for news. I don't even bother with like just game news, dude. I don't bother with many questions. I mean, I'll browse stuff because at this point, Reddit's like taken over like, you know, the place of like forums and stuff. And I'm not saying I'm trying to like distance it, like, oh, I don't spend a lot of time on it. That means I'm safe from any weird shit, you know, I've said about it. I mean, that's not what I mean. It's just like, I just don't know about all that. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Granted, so many people use Reddit in so many different little communities that probably have are not even touched by that kind of stuff, that you know. I don't know if you're demonizing the entire platform and everybody on it, or just the upper management. It's one of those things. Like, I mean, yeah, it's probably some shit show. I don't know. Like I said, I don't spend enough time on there, but it's also a place people have genuine conversation. Granted, do I think it's the best format for that? The upvote system and the fucking infinite scroll shit? Like, probably not, but I'm also a guy who likes to sit here and just fucking talk hours at a time on a stream with a small group of people. Different view on it, maybe. We're solving world puzzles here. Yeah. What is the box I'm missing here? Like, I need to add one more to this, but not at the cost of too much gold. Get one down here. Really, bro? You good? No, I'm tired. I was gonna stop a long time ago, but join the convo. My bad, man, because I enjoy talking about things that are serious business. I derive pleasure for it. Is that's probably some kind of bad thing, if you really think. I think it's one of those things, like, I enjoy a good conversation. I like that it helps me hash things out in my mind. But there's a satisfaction there. And then I just get happy talking about bad things, and I don't care about the bad or the serious things or the gravity of it. I don't respect it or anything. It's there's a lot going on there too. And I mean, some of that human nature, but you can't really bullshit to fight. I'm not concerned with LLMs, but most people I know get their worldview from headlines on Reddit. That's why 200 fucking B movie once. Yeah. Yeah. That's understandable. Yeah. It's spooky. Like, I've tried using Reddit for news and stuff. Like I said, I'll browse like quick game headlines or something, but anything involving like larger political topic or anything that's a bit more opinionated, it's like I just I need to find something a little better. Like, I'm not going out there doing a lot of hard research. I'm not gonna pretend I am or anything, but like I always just felt like I'm not getting like probably enough broad enough topics or like variety or like the right kind of quality. I can't tell you how many times I went into one of those and then like one paragraph down, even in the game one, they're like, yeah, this article is being misrepresented by this headline, blah 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 blah. And it's like, Jesus, some people probably don't even fucking click that far. I'm just like, let alone read it. I don't know. It's one of those deals. I don't think it's a great place for news. I think if you want a quick discussion and you can kind of gauge like either it's the kind of news that really is gonna be total bullshit, or if it's just kind of like a quick like fact dump, like it's alright. But I don't know, yeah, world news and stuff. I would not want that to be my sole place I go to. Is it some days for me? I was like, probably for game stuff, especially on slow days, but I got all sorts. These days I probably need to. I've been looking for places where I can really read up on like a lot of indie news and try to get more into like the devs and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just a like, is there good conversation? Is there real stuff on there? Of course. I mean, it's too big of a platform to not have anything like that. I mean, it didn't get big because it was like a horrible place to shoot the shit or something, but it's like I find it has a lot of flaws with the kind of deeper conversation I'm after. I mean, it's just advanced YouTube comments, isn't it? I mean, not that it's, the people are as bad, but, well, depends where you're at, but, I don't know, it's, I mean, the scrolling headline thing, I think, is a problem everywhere. You have access to so many different kinds of news and topics and stuff. And for a lot of people, yeah, I mean, it's like entertainment, right? You know, it's not just, hey, I'm getting out the old paper, time to read my American news, and I don't know any other country hardly exists. Here's what's going on, and I mean, it's like you have access to like all of this shit. You know, somebody died on a corner of a street 3,000 miles away, and it's like you know about it. And so it's like I feel like it lends itself in a way to like this quick blast through scroll, and then obviously, like you said, the culture and all that behind it, and people gotta say their piece, and the format of these places to keep you like on the apps or more into them, or the ease of access to all these, like, yeah, it's like kind of just people it lends itself to like busting through it quickly. Like, that's a pretty big deal. I mean, like, you know, if every website only listed things in like an essay format with no headlines everywhere, then like people would probably be more used to doing that. Would we get our information slower? Would that kind of stuff ever exist for very long? Like, no, because people will want it faster. There's certain kinds of info that you don't need like an essay on. So, I mean, the format makes a difference, right? How you get your info is huge. Yeah. I don't really like the vote scores like thing. I mean, I'll downvote somebody that's fucking annoying as hell, but I don't take a lot of stock in that kind of thing. And I don't like having to scroll through all that shit. And I don't like the idea that one of the most inherently bad things for me is like most people will barely even click something and read for like 2 seconds. I try to read through like a shitload of comments, if that's what I'm there for. But like a lot of people's like they're just gonna read the top one, couple replies, maybe hit the comment or two underneath it if they can like even, you know, make the fucking thing work and like collapse the fucking thread. And then they're just gonna move on. But like the big comments get more upvotes, and it doesn't really matter how quality some of the discussions and comments are from other people. They just never get noticed. And I mean, yes, that happens in anything with a lot of comments, but I feel like it's kind of like exaggerated. Actually, like it's more emphasized with something that only puts the top stuff at the top. So I mean, it's like the rich get richer kind of thing. Yeah, and that too is like you know, when there's a, you know, there's a bait and hook and, you know, something to earn, like the gold and all that, the votes, the validation, you know. Am I going to write this because I think it's gonna get me the fuzzies, or is it gonna, you know, that make? I mean, that it might not be a big deal to a lot of people. You might not barely think about it, but that you get any satisfaction from it could very well, like in a small subconscious way, affect the wording of how you talk, the kind of content. Whether you're afraid to say certain things, of like backlash, you know, because you're not anonymous. You have like a direct tie into how much people hate you with these like thumbs and fucking arrows. And I'm not saying like some people don't deserve it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any kind of, you know, anything like that. It's just more like, yeah, it leads to a certain kind of way of thinking, and it's not always conductive for conversation. People in a room clapping. Oh yeah, exactly. If you can get in early, I mean, like I said, most people aren't going to read all the way down. They either don't have the attention span, don't care enough. I mean, even it's like, I'll care and I'll read a shitload, but it's like, I can't read them all usually. There might be something really good at the bottom, but it's like, fuck, man, pain in the ass getting all the way down there. And it's like, and I mean, I don't consider myself like some monk, but it's like probably a bit more patient about that, or care a bit more about the discussion than most, just because that's what I do all day. It's like some people are just like, I read the thing, see what the person says, I clap, I put the thumbs up, and then like you never see the rest of them. So it's like if you can get in there at the top, you could just keep people at the top, yeah. So if you're a company that's like, well, you know, we're about to release the product and it's gonna be a little shaky, let's put something, you know, not obvious, but you know, innocuous, just kind of, you know, something sort of positive, a product, bust it up to the top, and, you know, it's like, I mean, obviously people would catch on that kind of super blue, but it's like, it's just more subtle ways, like you could, right? That's the thing, is like, who knows if it really happens, but like, good, because it's abusable, like, or just some Discord warrior out there, like his little server, you know, maybe just has an opinion on something and he wants people to have that same opinion. So he gets his people, or he gets his bots, or it's his whatever, and he puts that in the public eye, and it's just like a form of advertising his opinion. I don't know, it's a weird thing. Like I said, I don't spend enough time on Reddit. I'll literally drop in there, read like a couple things for like 5 minutes a day to really say I understand how the systems and the community and the interplay between all that really works. But yeah, I do find it interesting how that affects everyone and how it's such a huge, yeah, like a top 10 traffic place. You know, if you spend the majority of your social engagement on a platform like that, like how does that affect you socially in the future? How does it affect your opinions? How does it affect your worldview? Like, you know, people don't act like they do on the net. People don't care maybe about certain things as much as they do on the net. People act, you know, so it's like, you know, is it a good way to view the rest of the world? Maybe it's better in a way, you know, because some people can be a bit more honest. I mean, who knows? It's a little bit of everything. Different eyes prevent comments, effectively the same thing. Yeah, I mean that was with forums too. It's just, I mean, that's censorship, right? I mean, that's not just Reddit there. I mean, is it bad for a place that's supposed to be about discussion? Absolutely. There should be more, you know, censorship protections and stuff. I mean, yeah, I get if somebody's just like a huge asshole, that's one thing. But like that's the thing is like, are people being an asshole? Or are they not being an asshole? And that's just leveraged as the reason. Those kinds of like blurry lines of like, is this person just critical of something? Is he just like, is he just like critiquing this game or something? Or is he just, it's like super bad faith, just horrible person. And that's just not the kind of subreddit that's about. It's like, you can use those kinds of like wacky pieces to kind of like justify censorship. So, it's a weird deal. Oh, shadow banning and stuff. Yeah, shadow banning's pretty fucked. The reason for shadow banning is so that people don't like, they're ignorant of getting fucked, because a lot of idiots will be like super hard retaliate. I mean, I've had that on stream type of stuff. So I get the idea of it, but it can also be abused on the other side of things. You can shadow ban people's opinions you don't like, don't know. So even though it was a completely, real opinion, comment, it's like you just kind of like, yeah. So it's a weird deal, yeah. Or you hold it back just long enough and people don't notice. Yeah, I mean, it's sure. Like I said, I don't know enough about all that. I mean, I assume you know, but assuming all that kind of stuff is like doable, which why not? I mean, I can shadow ban people on Twitch, I think. I think, right? Isn't that a thing? Or is that if they get banned enough in enough places, they get shadow banned? They introduced some kind of shadow banning thing. Oh. It's one of those deals, like I said. That's a part of the reason I don't find it like the ideal place for discussion. Now, I can get some good discussion out of it. I can read some really interesting things in the right places. You just gotta know how to navigate it and realize like, hey man, I would jump ship from this if there's something even better, right? Not that it's the only place I go to for that kind of thing. I don't. I only go there like a couple minutes a day. I don't find it to be super valuable. But that's also because I talk all day and so I'm not looking for too much more. Sometimes I'm just looking for the sensational goofy shit or just some fun. Or just I'm researching my own bullshit for the stream, news, talk, and stuff. How do the loop sub regularly does that? Like, gives you that kinds of things people I don't know. That's yeah, I don't know. I mean, I sure I believe it. Yeah. I'm not gonna start like specific which I don't know anything about it. But yeah, I gotcha. Like I believe it, and like I said, I'm familiar enough with the basic format of Reddit to know I don't like how it generally works. I don't hate it, but I do drop in, but it's not somewhere I really spend a whole lot of time. I don't know what an ideal place would be. I mean, something that probably would take a bit more patience out of people. That kind of stuff. And so then that's at odds with, the state of how quick and nasty people want their discussions and their news stuff. Anyways, I mean, I find it pretty pity to be like, oh, anybody who's ever used it and everything that's ever happened on there is just horrible. But like, I mean, in general, the fundamentals of it could be better. And it's not like they update it in any like good way. And then yeah, how easy it is to be manipulated. There's a lot of pitfalls you gotta watch out for. And even then, you're not getting like super high quality stuff. I don't know. It's got its place. It's got its use. Honestly, man, I take it over like. But that's one of those like, hey man, this thing sucks, but this sucks more. Not a great argument. But, it's different stuff. Even Twitter has its positive. I mean, you gotta be careful with that argument, though. Well, these places have good things. They can be. I mean, I'm not saying, like, that makes it so they should just keep the status quo going, but, you know. I think it's one of those things that's hard to take people seriously. And I'm not saying this about you, but, like, you know, if it's like the whole thing's fucked in all ways, right, you know, it's still, like, overly sensational. It's like, nobody's gonna be on your side on it. I don't know what that's called. That's probably some kind of argument, debate, fucking terminology I don't know about. Where it's like, even if you're right, it's like with the brushstroke nature of certain arguments, like people would believe it who don't want to believe in the first place. I'm just blabbing. I'm not pointing that at anybody. I'm just kind of thinking. Because I'm sure some people have had some real emotional connect. You know, good experience. I don't think anybody would ever argue that, like, that kind of thing can't exist. You can have that thing anywhere, right? You know, you can have that in fucking some, you know, Club fucking Penguin or some shit. Yeah, it's about how often, the quality, the consistency, that kind of thing. I think is what they were kind of did for me. Frodo, what did you see, man? Tell me, bro. I'm barely paying attention. Whew. Top left and top right. Maybe like this. Oh, 8. 1, 2. How many have I missed? Gotcha. Is it mine? What? Yeah, it's just some of those things. Like, they're fine. They're fun to, like, logic sometimes, but it's like, you know, I feel like I've done this a million times at this point, kind of deal. Like, it's cool, but, like, yeah, a lot of them, it's like, it takes a while to kind of fool around with them, or, you know, I don't think I'm gonna, like, learn anything new, or the particulars are gonna be that differently on the logic side of things. Like, they're clean, they're solid puzzles. Like, if you just want to do some puzzles, probably nice to just do a few here and there, but I think for the last, you know, half the playthrough, probably a little, yeah, less clever at times, a bit more just kind of either overcooked or just kind of standard in terms of, like, the format and the aha moments and the novelty and shit. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. It's fun just to do puzzles, but it's also just like, you know, it is just puzzles. So. Like, I'm out here doing them, but I find it a better headshot experience. It's like, I would like it. I like the game. I'd recommend the game for puzzle enthusiasts, but, like, am I gonna walk away with, like, this, whoa, you know, Yeah, this one was pushing the envelope. It's like maybe in the first half, a bit more. I think it kind of gets. If you're doing 100%, a bit more, yeah, long-winded work at times. Like, do I think I'm gonna find something clever here? Probably not. I'm just gonna find. That's me. I was say like something akin to a fucking like procedural puzzle, but that's not quite right. I mean, they'll throw in some new shit, like doing this one. I mean, this is a standard kind of video game puzzle where you just walk on the shit in order, but it's like throwing some stuff to mix it up. I mean, technically this was different, I think putting in more of those is good. I don't think there's just like enough of that. So when you see a lot of like the same ones with the same mechanics and just slightly different arrangements, like it's still fun to go through. But I'm not learning anything. I'm not seeing anything super different. They're optional, so it's not like a big deal, but would it be better if the side stuff did have a touch more spice? I mean, a lot of people probably don't mind at all. I don't mind a shitload. It's just, it doesn't help, I feel like, progression feel from it. I mean, it's like, I don't need, like I said, have the ground birthday party go off every time. But I'm like, damn it, it sure makes something like this feel a little better. I'm looking at this, I'm just like, this will take a little bit. It might not even be that crazy, because there's so many of these are locked in. But you just look at it, you're like, wait. Like, it's hard to fault them just for having more stuff. You don't have to do it. But on the flip side, it's like, you wanna see where they go with everything. You wanna see, there might be something after this, so maybe we'll stick out some of it, In a way, you're kind of like, not pushing yourself to do some of these things, but in a way, it's like, go a little extra. ones that are a bit smaller and more clever fun. I do like the ones with certain mechanics, like the opposites and sames and stuff, that require you to kind of like process of elimination, if and then type stuff. I don't mind when those are bigger at times, but yeah, ones like this, I'm just like, I'm just drawing lines, and then I'm just drawing more of them. In just a bit more complex way that's gonna take more time to think about. Like do I need this? Is this puzzle? You know, am I really gonna think that worth it out of it? You know. I don't know. Depends on the person. I don't think. I actually kind of I don't want to. Let's see what else we got. I mean, this is like a hidden Bigley zone, right? Some of these you gotta start like a very particular way. I think that's kind of where I'd be with it. It's like I mean, I'm about done still, but like I probably wouldn't recommend. I got the stream part. I jump on, which help a lot. Yeah, did it. Did the other 50. Like it's fun to finish them. It's just not like crazy. There's not really anything like too crazy to do. I mean, okay, there is a bit. I just don't know if it's like enough for me. It's like in this one, it's like okay, they're combining different mechanics that sometimes are combined, often enough. But this time you're walking. Right? I mean, that's kind of keep it spicy. You know, it's like oh, we're bringing back the minus. It's not been used much, but it's like at the end of the day, is it still very much similar? Am I learning something new? Is it really interacting in the world? If it warrants anything? Like I said, I think it's still good. Eh, will this side deal really have been worth it afterwards? I mean, is it even worth finishing now? I don't know what it's gonna unlock. Quite a bit. The majority of it. This amount of talk. I don't know. We'll see. Like I plan on doing the rest of it, but I also am like, it kind of depends on what happens after. It's just like just doing the puzzles. Yeah, I could have some fun, but I could also add fairy box that I want to do. Not that it's just like better, but like you know, I think we've seen Taiji at this point. Like, I mean, I've played it for like 30 hours. I mean, I'll probably play it for 23. Like, I feel like there's not going on there. Like, yes, there's probably some meta puzzle. There's probably some other ending. Sure, there's something for getting every puzzle. But would it help opinion of it? Would it really be like something back? Like I said, still fun with it. I like it. I think it's a good game. I recommend it to the right people. I'm just looking at a lot of other stuff to play. We'll see. I mean, I ended up doing more than I thought I'd do there. I might come back tomorrow and we'll see. Think about it. Anyways, guys, we'll talk more, I guess, about this. Well, say a deal on it. Just, I mean, you guys have kind of. Maybe I'll throw out a quick one. If this is the last Taiji stream. Yeah. So, I think overall it was good. I think it was solid. It's very witness. It wears it on its sleeve. I don't think it handles a lot of the deconstruction of like player agency and like learning and the hands-off stuff with as much elegance. Be it through the interconnection of the world, the simplicity of some of the rules, how those add up. It is a much shorter game with, I'd probably say, at times more complicated puzzle mechanics, but given to you much more clearly. So it's like it doesn't quite hit those sort of peaks of novelty I feel like the witness had. I think being obviously on a different plane doesn't help a whole lot either, you know. Being able to kind of see around the island, how most puzzles kind of push you forwards in ways and kind of help. Obviously, the environmental puzzles and stuff are cool in this. Those are very small, very quick parts of the game. Most of the game is like raw mechanical puzzle work, which is fun, which is cool. But when you break down just like the hours and the focus on all of that, it really is just kind of a slideshow of puzzles. Exploration means a good bit in the beginning. The variety is really nice between environmental stuff, raw puzzle work, uh, the interplay of those two, the mixing of like mechanics, like that. But I think once you're doing the side stuff, once you're doing the bonus shit, like pretty much just raw puzzle work. And so I find that to be fine because the puzzle mechanics are cool, but also, you know, that's that's pretty much typical puzzle. I mean, that is just what that is. You get your Pokemon little explanation or something, and then you go to town, and it's totally fine and it's fun. But I think the things that are kind of more special about it and unique, if played a lot of puzzle stuff, I think you probably get those just running through the base campaign of little areas, and that's probably enough. But hey, maybe there's more going on there. I would say that's a little bit of prob, but not really a big one. I guess it's just those unique elements, those things it does pull from this. I don't think it distills those down into the same level, but what it's got there is um stuff like the presentation and all that help pretty well. I mean, obviously it's 2D and stuff. Not like a problem, but there is a certain like probably flash, with some the pace of puzzle games that might be kind of nice. That you know, like if there's a bit more going on with the first person, you might have more ways to kind of interact with the world or goofing around. You can do more stuff. Maybe that helped pace. Maybe not. I don't know. I played a black and white Sokobon recently that I thought was amazing. I'm not too worried about that, but it had great presentation variety. So I don't mind the visuals. There's variety in locations. There's a cohesion to this island and all that. Still, they all feel like they're in the same place. They're not like the fire area and the lava area and the ice area are like super separate. It's like it's all grassland with a bit of mix up here and there. Jesus, white noise in the ear. Sudden. I think stuff like the music's really solid. Very relaxing, chill puzzle game. I think that helps a lot with this white noise gonna be gone anytime soon. Um, but yeah, I think it makes it very chill. It makes it very easy just to kind of do a few, zone out, and just enjoy hanging. I like that. Each area kind of has a little kind of bit of instrumentation that kind of like comes in and like changes that kind of non-stop ambience. That's good. I did some of my own music earlier just because I was probably chilling out too hard and I was looking for something a little different. But it's not a knock on. I like that. Yeah, so might come back tomorrow, but I figured just in case, we should probably say a quick overall. I'd recommend if you like puzzle games, definitely give it a go. If you love The Witness, then you're gonna get. And I don't mean it as like a slight. There's stuff that tries to do it and just kind of misses it. I think this doesn't quite get it. What I liked about Witness to the same level. Like the learning is there. There's definitely a lot to learn, but I think the amount of the time you're gonna spend, and then just what you unlock, the areas you unlock, what for is just not really exciting either. Like, oh, this wire opened this door. This wire opened this door, and it unlocked this shortcut. And there's not really anything there. Not really anything to do. You just kind of get through the puzzles. The world's used in a way, but outside of the ones where it's like you get to create like a platform or you rotate the platforms or anything, like there's not really a whole lot going. There's little puzzles to discover, so there is some exploration element I like. It doesn't really go much hard. I mean, it doesn't have to, but that's also something that's kind of you. I mean, capitalize on as. It was good. Anyways, I enjoyed it. Might come back to it tomorrow. Might not though. All right, folks. Thanks for chit chatting. Talked about a lot of stuff. I'm sure I said something controversial, something horrible. I'd like to think not. I mean, not that that's bad to like say something that's like not popular. Or yeah, if I'm rambling, tired, I'll say something dumb. So, alright, guys. Catch you tomorrow. If it's not this, and even if it is this, maybe some Helldivers, might do some of that, and more than likely we'll do Shadows over Loathing at some point. Get that started, which will be a comedy game, comedy kind of adventure. Don't know if it's point and click, I guess. Um, if you've heard of Kingdom of Loathing, if you've heard of West of Loathing, this is like the newest one. It's like a Lovecraft comedy stickman type. I liked West of Loathing. It was funny. It was good. So I'm looking forward to this. I think this will take a couple days. I don't think it's super short. And then Dragon's Dogma 2 at some point, but Patrick's Prayer Box will be our next puzzle game, and we will do Needy Streamer Overlord at some point.